Report all right.
Morning, everybody.
Morning, Your Honor.
All right, welcome.
Buchanan Superior Court is now in session. May be seated.
Your Honor, Counsel, this is Civil Action 1780CV033, Patrick Buchanan et al. Versus presently the Town of Greenfield et al. Continuation of the jury trial. The jury is not in the courtroom. There's a couple of motions before the court.
Great. I hope you all had a good weekend. I greatly appreciate Attorney Keston, your communication to Clerk Jay Kanowski, advising that you and Attorney Keston, the other Attorney Keston, had, as I understand, contact with an individual while you were playing basketball who subsequently tested positive for COVID. I'm sorry to hear that from your perspective and from everyone's perspective here. Let me say, I think all of us have been in your shoes at this point in time. So I'm happy to take an update from you.
Yes, sir. Yesterday evening, I think I put in the memo, I took a rapid COVID test,
Right.
which was negative, and this morning, both myself and the other Attorney Keston took rapid tests and are also negative.
Okay.
And I have no symptoms, he has no symptoms.
All right. So
And Ms. Brody has no symptoms.
I'm glad to hear that. As I say, there's no fault to be laid anywhere here because these things these days happen. You may not be familiar with the SJC's most recent standing order, which is the Fifth Amended Order. And what I want to discuss with everyone is the provision relative to masks. Because the provision is that, so this is at page 2, paragraph 3, second paragraph, persons who have tested positive, that's not the case, experienced symptoms, that's not the case, or had close contact with someone with COVID-19 within the previous 10 days, that's the case, must wear a mask inside courthouses, okay? And so that leaves me in a very difficult posture of trying to figure out what to do about Attorney Keston's wearing a mask. Because quite literally under this order, you're required to wear a mask. There's no separate provision that says that if you're an attorney, you don't have to wear a mask. My greatest concern is that these jurors will never know what has happened, okay, unless counsel wishes to share that with them, in which case I will do that in proper form and order. So if you wish to explain to them why you're wearing a mask, we could talk about that, okay? But my concern, and I hope that you can respect my concern, is that I have concerns relative to the jury. So, for example, if I were to say, okay, you tested negative on your rapid test and you tested negative on your second rapid test, tomorrow, whensoever, you don't need to wear a mask. These jurors might feel mighty uncomfortable with that. This is a relatively small courtroom. The stand from which counsel conduct their examination of witnesses is within probably 5 feet of the closest juror. Apart from jurors, I've got court personnel and witnesses and counsel, all who may be concerned in that regard, and candidly more concerned than me, okay? And I need to safeguard those concerns. So I'm happy to hear from you all, but my sense is that at least for today's proceedings, okay, that at least the two attorneys, Attorney Keston's, this doesn't include Attorney Brody for what it's worth, should be wearing a mask, okay? So mindful that, these are newly charted waters, so to speak, because this fifth order just recently came out. Not even, or just about a month ago, okay, and doesn't address these particular circumstances. Mindful of that, I'm happy to hear from you, starting off with you, Attorney Keston.
The older Keston.
Yeah.
Your Honor, the one is I saw that I forget what the definition I used to know of close contact is, but I am certainly aware of others having concerns. So I'm fine with the three of us wearing masks, but I would like an opportunity to tell the jury
Sure.
why.
Okay.
What happened, and because they need to make a choice as to whether they want to wear masks.
I respect that. Okay, I appreciate that. All right. I'm fine with that. Mindful that the neater way is for me to tell them. Okay. And tell them that I'm doing this understanding. I can even say that, Attorney Keston, all the attorneys are mindful of the jurors' well-being, okay? And just explain to them. And if you're not satisfied with what I've said, then I'll hear from you at sidebar and I'll consider amplifying it. All right, so Attorney Ryan, Attorney McDonough, anything to add to that?
Your Honor, it is what it is. I'm going to wear a mask other than when I'm
Whatever
speaking.
you wish.
Yeah.
And I would suggest that at sidebar, I personally will be wearing a mask. And again, that makes no reflection on defense counsel at all. And I'll let the jurors know that.
Now that I think about it, it is more difficult to communicate, obviously, to the witness and with the jurors with a mask on. So I would ask that they wear masks too.
Well, I'm not going to, unless they're, willing to do that. I certainly have thought of this, okay? In terms of leveling the playing field, so to speak. But I'm going to adhere to the Fifth Order, okay, which doesn't require everyone to wear a mask. What I'm going to suggest is that if you wish to conduct your examination from counsel's table, only because there is a microphone there, that would be helpful. I probably am at the greatest distance from counsel when they're inquiring over there, and sometimes I have to ask you to speak up, and I apologize for doing that, but it's literally because I'm having a hard time hearing you. And with a mask on, it's going to be more difficult. So we're going to have to play that one by ear a little bit. If you want to start up down there and speak more loudly, that's fine. Hopefully we're nearing the end of this trial. And we'll address it from there. I would urge you to get the second rapid test, meaning if you're doing the at-home test, there's generally you take a series of 2.
I did one last night, did one this morning.
An at-home test?
At home.
Okay, all right.
Rapid test at home, and we've brought some. So
Okay.
another one tomorrow morning.
That's fine. Okay. We'll see where this goes. Okay. I'm not trying to handicap anybody. I really am not. Okay. A couple of other matters. As I've been working on the jury charge here, one of the things that has been continuously going through my little head was the town of Greenfield doesn't exist as a municipal entity. The city does. And I had largely presumed that was the subject matter of the second amended complaint, but when I looked, it was not. Okay. And I did want to raise the issue because it's it's part of what I've been working on. And I now have the plaintiff's motion to amend the complaint to rename the defendant City of Greenfield with is this a proposed third amended complaint? No, it's have you attached a copy of the proposed amended complaint?
No, Your Honor. We would just ask that it be changed. That we change the name. The ordinance was amended, or the charter was amended, October 6, 2020. It had been the town of Greenfield.
Yeah, I respect that. Generally, I see an amended complaint.
We can submit it later this afternoon, Your Honor, but.
All right. Okay. All right. Is there going to be an objection to that motion?
If that's the only amendment, no, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. All right. I appreciate getting us past that hurdle. Bear with me a brief moment. Allowed plaintiffs to file and serve their third amended complaint. I'll say no later than tomorrow, okay?
Yes, sure.
No later than tomorrow being the 26th. Okay, now I have the motion in limine, which, as much as I would love to bring the jury back in right now, we need to address this now because Lieutenant Dodge is about to retake the stand and you need some resolution on this particular issue. I have read through the motion. I am familiar with our discussions at sidebar. The initial discussions were sealed. The motion is requested, I believe, that the motion be filed under seal. Am I correct in that regard?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the motion itself will be sealed. Is there a request that a hearing on the motion, which will happen right now, be under seal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Jaconaski, when you take a brief moment and seal the record, let me know once that is done, then we'll move forward.
All rise, please.
I'm coming. That wasn't quite right, but you're good. Good morning, ladies and
Sorry,
gentlemen.
Your Honor. Morning, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next County Superior Court is now in session. Please be seated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. As I've asked before, I'll inquire once again, has anything come to your attention which has affected your abilities to remain fair, to remain impartial? Seeing and hearing no affirmative responses, a couple things. First of all, I know that you have been here since probably before 9 o'clock. And as I've commented before, and I'll repeat, there are matters that I must conduct with counsel outside of your hearing. And the purpose of those hearings is not to keep important information from you, but rather simply to ensure that the evidence that you do receive is presented in the manner that gives you an opportunity to fairly evaluate its worth. And please understand that counsel and I and the parties have been working since 9 o'clock this morning in this courtroom, and so I do appreciate your patience while you're required to wait outside the courtroom. There's a second matter that I wanted to address before we return to examination of Lieutenant Dodge, and that is a COVID-related issue. Our Supreme Judicial Court issued its most recent COVID standing order. There have been quite a few, as I'm sure you can respect, over the past 2+ years, on March 21 of 2022, so just about a month ago. And in pertinent part, it provides, in terms of mask wearing, as I've told you, that while we encourage people to wear masks, you're not required to wear masks in court anymore, okay? And hence, I think most people have not been wearing masks, although you're certainly free to do so. Oh, if someone's got a phone, please turn that off. We're on silent.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right. It's your watch. So that's, yep, there you go. I will only let you know that happened to me in the middle of a trial, and I was wondering where the voice was coming from, and it was coming from my watch. So I respect that. You need not be embarrassed, Madam Lady Juror. All right. But that standing order provides, in part, that persons who have had close contact with someone with COVID-19 within the previous 10 days must wear a mask inside courthouses, okay? So that if, for example, you know that you had close contact with someone within the past 10 days, and our standing order requires you to wear a mask with good reason. And in this case, two of the attorneys, and this has been the subject of some of our discussion, and so counsel and I have discussed my comments here in this regard, but Attorney Keston and Attorney Keston, not Attorney Brody though, had close contact over the weekend with someone who had tested positive. And they both have subsequently done their rapid tests, and both have tested negative, okay? But pursuant to our standing order, they're required to wear masks, okay? And so that is why they are wearing masks. Let me say this. My heart goes out to Attorney Keston and Attorney Keston because, to be honest, many of us have been in a similar circumstance. And the fact that they had inadvertent contact with someone casts no aspersions on them whatsoever, and you're not to infer anything negative against either attorneys by virtue of this fact. It's truly unfortunate. And so they are going to be wearing their masks at least for today and possibly beyond. They will continue to test, and I can say that if anyone tests positive, they're not even allowed into the building. So, and I hope and do not expect that will happen, okay? I think it's fair for me to say that the nature of this contact was rather fleeting from what I understand. So it's not something that I personally am overly concerned about for my own personal health, okay? Although myself and counsel will be wearing masks at sidebar, okay? So I offer you that information because It's important that we safeguard everyone's health in this case. I also want to say that if any of you wishes to speak with myself and with counsel, and we can, rather than go sidebar, we can actually clear the courtroom of everyone but the jurors and the attorneys and have you remain in your seat relating to this particular information, then we are happy to do that. You can either just raise your hand or you can let one of the called officers know that you wish to speak with us during one of our breaks, and we'll proceed in like manner. Okay? So that's what we have first thing on a Monday morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go to 3:15 today, as I indicated. And so, having said that, do any of the council wish to see me at sidebar before we return to Attorney Ryan's direct examination of Lieutenant Dodge?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Great. Let's do this. Lieutenant Dodge, you can take your seat. I do want to see counsel about one thing at sidebar for a brief moment. Okay. When we last left off, you started to pose questions to Lieutenant Dodge, which had been asked by albeit different counsel and answered. I permitted you to do that because I kind of presumed there were two questions that you were offering them as a prelude to a question that related to your client, Mr. Buchanan. There was an objection asked and answered. I overruled the objection simply in light of what I just stated, that I presume you were going someplace different. I'm not going to entertain repeat testimony, simply because mindful that it's your different, the questions were asked by Attorney McDonough. But as a matter of efficiency, we're not going to do that. So if you have legitimate questions that you wish to ask that relate to Mr. Buchanan, okay, and you need to develop some sort of a foundation, that was the subject matter of an early question, you can do so, but please do so with dispatch. Okay?
Yeah, sure.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so you remain under oath. Let's resume.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Lieutenant Dodge.
Good morning.
Just want to return to at some point in the past, did you work with Pat Buchanan with respect to him becoming a field training officer?
I did.
And can you tell the court what you did?
I pursued him for a very long time.
Okay. And what do you mean you pursued him?
We needed a range of different policing styles. In my opinion, as a supervisor of the FTO program, it's much better not to get a cookie cutter training program. So as indicated in earlier testimony, I believe by Sergeant Cloutier, Pat is a more out-of-the-box type thinker. He would do things in different ways than other officers. As a result of that, and knowing that Pat was a very intelligent officer, I had pursued him as an FTO for a long time, field training officer. He refused for quite a while, but I finally got him.
And what's your best recollection as to how many years ago Pat Buchanan began as a field training officer?
Well, I was promoted to sergeant in 2007, and I believe as a result of that became this FTO supervisor. So I would have to say somewhere around 2007, 2008, somewhere around there.
And did you do anything with respect to working with Pat to come off the overnight, the 11 to 7 shift?
I did.
And what did you do, sir?
I told him that, with all the qualities that he possesses, I would personally like to see him come out of the darkness into another shift, days or eves, so that people can get a proper assessment of his abilities.
And how long did that process take to get him to move into a different shift?
I don't recall. I know it was very similar to the process in trying to get him to be a field training officer, but he eventually came.
stated in your direct examination, you were balled up with respect to the internal affairs examination of yourself. Correct?
What regards to which?
Regarding some of the facts, is that a fair statement?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what did you mean by that, sir?
I didn't understand it. I didn't understand what, if anything, I had done wrong. It'd been the same sort of policing that has gotten me promoted many times over the years.
Was there also an issue as to who provided information to you?
Oh, absolutely.
And what? Explain what that was, sir.
I was, if I'm in the right area on this, I was being charged, among other things, with intimidation of a witness that I would never know the identity of. I don't know how I can intimidate someone I never even met, don't know who the caller is. So it was very frustrating to me.
Was there a dispute as to who gave you the information on the morning of the call?
There was.
Okay. If you would turn to the last page of tab 46. You recognize tab 46 as the internal affairs report involving you?
I do.
The last page, Jim?
The very last page.
Oh. That's the last page. I can't do it. No, hang on, let's just find it.
Okay.
So it's just the first.
Okay.
First idea.
So the binder that you're looking at, the last page is what, Lieutenant?
This looks like a letter to Lieutenant Burge and Lieutenant Gordon from Todd Clark.
Okay, and it's dated what?
12/18/15.
And it's what?
Shane Johnson.
And is this Detective Clark's recitation of what he says happened that day?
It is.
Okay. In anywhere in that statement, do you see that the phone call came in on an anonymous tip line?
Oh, said it came over his phone in the detective group.
And is there an anonymous tip line in the department as of back then?
I would later learn that there was, but wasn't aware of it during this.
And then at the bottom of the page, there's he recounts some discussion between the two of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what does Detective Clark say?
He basically says that he passed this information on to me while I was in dispatch.
Okay, and he passed on to you the information regarding Shane Johnson?
Correct.
Okay, and your response to Detective Clark was what?
Your Honor, if he's referring to a document, he should be reading the document.
Why don't you draw his, you may pose the objection's overruled. Let's proceed.
What does Detective Clark say that you said to him?
Sergeant Dodge, in a joking tone, stated to me, "You're a cop. You go arrest him."
And you or him would have been referring to Mr. Johnson?
Correct.
At any time, did anyone other than yourself leave the station to pursue Mr. Johnson?
Not that I'm aware.
Are you... The mayor's hearing was sometime in early February?
Sounds right.
And this all started in mid-December?
Yeah, makes sense.
Did you ever learn the identity of the caller?
After everything was completed, meaning I served my suspension, went through the hearings, arbitrated, only then was I made aware of who the actual caller was. I never knew through the whole process.
Did you reveal the identity of the caller at any time? Well, did you know the identity of the caller before the discipline was imposed?
I did not.
Are you aware of any facts that either the caller or Ms. Johnson were in any way injured?
No.
Okay. And then turning, if we could, to page 3 of this document, and that would be on page 2, I believe, of the narrative report.
Do you see what you're looking at, Tim? Because it's not the same in our book.
Down the bottom, page 2 over to page 3.
I know, I'm just trying to find it.
Do you see at the bottom of the last paragraph on page 2, this is a conversation recorded by Deputy Chief Williams that he had with Shane Johnson?
What the last paragraph?
Yes.
Does it start at 10:20?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like me to read it?
No,
Oh.
but you see that there?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go over to the continuation of that page, or that paragraph on page 3. Could you read the bottom 3 lines of that paragraph starting with Shane?
Shane said that he believed Kalinowski actually made up the story about someone calling the police, claiming to be his wife to cover up the fact that he himself told Sergeant Dodge the information. He said that he never asked Dave if that was the case and just, quote, let it go. A recording of the entire interview is attached to this report.
With respect to the Buchanan grievance before the mayor, the hearing before the mayor, did the mayor tell you or state out loud that he wanted to fire Pat Buchanan?
Yes.
Did he tell you the basis for which he would fire Pat Buchanan?
No.
Okay. He didn't cite to a specific rule or statute,
Not that I recall.
but he was clear that he wanted to fire him.
Overwhelmingly.
All right. With respect to no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
May we just have a brief sidebar, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
And this pertains to the matter. Oh, pardon me.
Yes.
This pertains to the matter under seal. Could we go back under seal for this conversation?
We need Mr. Jacob for that. There you go.
Pardon me. I just want to. Pardon me.
Doesn't happen automatically. Let's proceed.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
You have had, I took your deposition on 2 different occasions during the pendency of this case,
Yes, sir.
and you are claiming in this action you want to persuade the jurors that you were a whistleblower and that Chief Haig retaliated against you because you're a whistleblower.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And you claim you whistleblew on Chief Haig's racism, right?
Yes.
And when I asked you at your deposition, by the way, have you reviewed your deposition?
It's been a while.
How long?
I can't be certain.
Recall I asked you at deposition whether you ever complained that Mr. Buchanan was being treated differently because of his race.
That was a long time. I don't remember.
You don't remember that. Let me help you. Gentlemen, the first deposition, page 70.
Certainly.
Page 73, I'm going to read, you tell everybody if I make a mistake. I asked you, okay, so I get it, and then you believe were you vocal in your support of Pat Buchanan? Answer, of course. Question, were you vocal in saying that this was happening to him because of his race? Answer, never would do, no. I'd like to think I'm a little smarter than that. I'm not doing that. You know, I'm not going to wake the bear. We're going to go through our channels and our formalities the way we're supposed to, and that is by virtue of letters of appeal. We're going to follow the process the way it's going to go. I'm not doing it that way.
Absolutely.
So you were too smart to whistleblow, right?
Apparently.
It takes courage to whistleblow.
It absolutely takes courage.
It takes courage to tell someone that Pat Buchanan is being passed over because of his race.
That's correct.
That's why you didn't do it, because you didn't have any.
I did it via appeals.
None of your appeals mention a thing about race, do they?
I don't believe so.
You never wrote to anyone on any level until you sued the chief of the city, indicating that you were concerned about that Mr. Buchanan was being treated badly because of his race. Did you?
I don't believe I ever specified that.
You never said it in any way whatsoever, didn't you?
Not in writing.
Now, you claim that you were the president of the Superior Officers Union in 2015, right?
Yes.
Now, is the truth, sir? You do remember I asked you a bunch of questions about the topic of the unions and what you had to do at your deposition, don't you?
It's possible.
And in the early, all the supervisors in Greenfield, in the Greenfield Police Department, the supervisors used to be in the same union with the patrolmen, right?
That's correct.
And in the 2000s, they split.
That's correct.
Because it was awkward to have supervisors in the same union as the people that were supervising.
I wouldn't say awkward. It just procedurally didn't work smoothly at times.
And making a complaint of, back up. When the union split, the unions made an agreement as to which union was gonna take care of which officers or supervisors, didn't they?
The timelines, I'm not sure of. I know there was discussion as to what do we do when and if provisional promotions are made.
And there was an agreement reached.
I believe there was a verbal. I don't know that anything was ever put in writing. I'm not sure.
And you ended up, or at least the supervisors union ended up representing Pat Buchanan because of that agreement.
No.
No?
No.
Let's go to page 50.
tab 50 or?
No, I'll it's
Okay.
the position. I'm going to read from page 50, starting at line 7. Once again, please stop me if I make a mistake. Line 7. We had, back in the early 2000s, we severed, okay, made our own local. So we had come up with an agreement that when someone is appointed in an acting capacity or provisional capacity, the responsibility for that person will then transfer to that union. And again, I won't belabor it, but there's issues that arise when the supervisor is in the midst of the union he's supervising. That's why we severed years ago anyways. So with that being the case, Pat Buchanan being promoted to acting sergeant, I, as the union president, represented him, basically meaning the supervisors union represented Pat Buchanan in this process. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Was it true when you said it?
Yes.
Now, you told the jury, your so-called whistleblowing is that you wrote, you signed the appeal,
I wrote the appeal and signed the appeal, yes.
which never mentioned race.
No.
I may, page 53, Joe. Line 3. Okay, did Pat ask the union to file a grievance? Answer, yes. Did the union have a choice? Answer, no. I mean, we're going to represent our members. That's our job.
Correct.
Did you say that?
Yes.
When you had your discipline, you were in the Superior Officers Union?
Correct.
Who was the president?
Me.
And who signed your appeal?
I believe Dan McCarthy.
Right. Dan McCarthy signed your appeal because somebody in the union had to.
No, they don't have to.
Did Dan McCarthy sign your appeal because he was blowing the whistle that he thought you were treated wrong?
I don't know why he signed it.
You don't know why he signed it?
I'm assuming he signed it because he agreed with it.
How many grievances have you handled?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Tons, right?
No. There's not a lot of grievances.
How many?
I have no idea, but it's definitely not tons. There's probably a handful at most.
A handful. And they're always signed by union official, aren't they?
When they go to grievance,
Yeah.
sometimes the union doesn't support bringing them to grievance. It's a body vote based on a majority.
Did you have a vote on Pat Buchanan?
Yes.
You had a vote?
Yes.
In those 48 hours?
We talked with my union, yes.
You had a vote. Are you telling us on the
We
road
spoke.
that there was a union meeting and a vote?
I conferred with the union members and they agreed to take the case on.
That's not the question.
Yes.
There was a vote.
Yes.
Where is it memorialized?
I didn't memorialize it. It was verbal.
There was a verbal vote?
That's correct.
And a verbal, what kind of meeting was it? All the union members?
Just spoke with them over the phone, in person, whichever way we ran into each other.
So when you said that the union doesn't have a choice, page 53 at the bottom. I stopped at no. I'm going to continue. I mean, we're going to represent our members. That's our job. So you know, in the letters I explained to him, I will notify the chief and I'll notify the mayor of our intent to grieve, which I did, submitted the appropriate letters, requested a hearing. The hearing was granted. We had a hearing with the mayor. I mean, we followed through with all the formalities. Question by me to you. But my question is, I mean, if a member of the union wants to grieve, in this case discipline, does the union have a choice? Can the union say, no, we're not going to do it? Answer, geez, I don't know. You know, I mean, I think we've had some discussion on that. I can say it hasn't happened. But I have to say, from what I know, I guess that would be something that would have to be put to a body vote, a union body vote. And if the majority of the body voted against pursuing it, again, beyond that, I don't know. Question, it's never happened as long as you've been. Answer, not that I'm aware of, no. Grievances, I mean, it's an easy enough process, you know. It moves from rank to rank until it gets to be to somebody who has the authority to act on it. Did I get that right?
Perfect.
Perfect. So that's the extent of your alleged whistleblowing, is filing a grievance which doesn't mention race, which questions whether the contract allows the chief and the mayor, the chief at this point, to recommend a 3-day suspension, right?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
No, no, it's not the extent of it. No.
What was the extent of it?
The fact that I stuck up for Pat Buchanan and was later disciplined for it.
Oh, I know that's your allegation. My question is, when one looks at the union grievance, it says it's being filed on behalf of Pat Buchanan, not on behalf of you, right?
The grievance for Pat Buchanan is absolutely filed on behalf of Pat Buchanan.
Buchanan.
Correct, yes.
It doesn't say, I, Todd Dodge, am filing this.
My name is on the document as the signatory and the one who wrote it. Yes,
The
it does say that.
representative of the union member.
Todd Dodge, yes.
And Dan McCarthy signed one as a representative of you.
That's correct.
And let's back up, sir. You went to Turners Falls High School?
Correct.
You told me you graduated 10th in your class?
Yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
And when did you first meet Chief Haig?
In the academy in 99, January 99, I believe.
How long was that academy? 6 months?
21 weeks, I think, back then. Pretty close.
21 weeks?
Yeah.
And how many people in that class? About?
I think it was 42, 43, I believe.
Did you get along with Rob Haig
Always.
at the academy?
Very much.
No sign of racism when he was in the academy?
Not that I noted.
And then, were both of you in the Greenfield Police Department?
Several times in some cases. Yeah.
Well, let's start with the first time.
Mm-hmm. He was in Orange.
Did you and he serve in Greenfield? The first time he was in Greenfield?
Yeah.
Together?
Yes.
And what were your positions?
I was just a patrolman. I mean, it was early on in my career. I think with the informal FTO program that we had, I think he rode with me on maybe a shift or more as a sort of a transitional training officer.
So you were his FTO?
I guess that's what you would call it.
You were aware that he was Patrick Buchanan's FTO?
No.
No. And when you first went to work in Greenfield, you were on the vacation relief shift,
That's right.
which is the worst, right?
It was not good. It's better now.
But back then, you were not aware of any police officer that would choose to work there.
No, there were.
And then you went to work on the midnight shift.
Yes.
And what did you say? Earlier you said that you urged Pat Buchanan to come out of the darkness.
Yes.
Because if you're on the midnight shift, the administration doesn't get to know you. Right?
They don't get as good a look at you as unless you're in their face. So yeah, you're right. Yeah.
They don't get a very good look at you. they have a hard time assessing your promotional capabilities, right?
I mean, I guess it depends on what criteria you use, but I would argue, yeah, it would be
Yeah.
more.
And you had ambitions, right? You wanted to be a good police officer, and you wanted to get promoted so you could help run this police department, correct?
That's, yes, I guess.
And that's one of the reasons you got out of that midnight shift as soon as you could.
No, I got out of midnight shift because I can't stand working overnights. It was unhealthy for me.
And it was also good for your career.
I never thought of it that way. I just don't like that shift.
Okay, so then you went on the day shift, and you actually got to be on the motorcycle.
Yes, I did.
And you told me at your deposition, which was held on December 5th, 2018, remember that, around that time? Your first one?
If you say so.
That in 2006, was that when Chief, I always pronounce it wrong,
Gilbo.
Gilbo, did Chief Gilbo abruptly retire?
No.
When did he abruptly retire?
2011.
2011. Right, September. In 2006, the captain was a gentleman by the name of Newton, right?
That's correct.
And and Captain Newton came to see you at your house.
That's correct.
And at that point, were you married?
Yes,
And you had 2 young children?
I did.
And Captain Newton, what's his first name?
John.
John Newton. Captain Newton told you that there were problems with the midnight shift, didn't he?
Yes,
And there were problems with the supervisor of the midnight shift.
that's correct.
And there were problems with a couple of the officers in the midnight shift.
No, he specifically mentioned it was just supervisory issues.
He mentioned that there were problems with the way Sergeant Beauvais was running the shift, right?
Right.
Did he mention that there were also problems with the way that Officer Buchanan and Officer Ting were executing Captain Beauvais' orders?
No, I don't even know if Ting was there then.
So you found out, okay. How about Buchanan? Did his name come up?
No, not in the conversation with the captain.
Okay, so you were made a corporal. They created a position, as far as you know, for the one and only time in the history of that department since you've been there, right? That
Right.
was a corporal.
Yes,
They gave you a corporal, they gave you a raise, right?
that's correct.
And you were basically put in to clean things up and supervise Beauvais.
The shift.
And Beauvais was the supervisor of the shift, and he ranked you, right?
But I wasn't put in charge to supervise Beauvais. He would have outranked me. I was there to stabilize the overnight shift.
Because Newton told you there were serious problems with the way Beauvais was running.
He said there were problems with Beauvais that they're addressing.
And you were aware of those problems, weren't you?
Not
You were
personally.
aware of what the problems were.
No, I didn't work that shift. No.
So then you got on the shift, and you changed the way they did things.
Yes,
And did you tell them to stop targeting politicians?
that wasn't an issue that I recall back then.
When was the first time you heard that they were targeting politicians?
In this case,
You never heard that before?
no.
Really?
Yes,
So, at this point, in 2007, the department's going through multiple chiefs, right?
no.
Now, Gilbo retired in 2011.
Yes,
And did you ask him to tell the mayor that you should be the next chief?
definitely not.
Were you aware that he told the mayor that you should be the next chief?
I appreciate that.
Were you aware?
No, I was not.
And at that point, Magnan became the acting chief, right?
That's correct.
And Magnan, moved you to provisional lieutenant in 2011, right?
Yes,
And in 2012, the department was in chaos, wasn't it?
12. I think it's safe to say, yeah.
And there were a lot of allegations against members of the midnight shift.
From what I recall, there's allegations about a lot of people during that period of time, yeah.
There were allegations against you.
Yes,
And at one point, you were assigned to investigate allegations against members of midnight shift, weren't you?
I was put on overnights due to issues present at the time, yeah. I'd say that's fair to say.
Do you know what time this is?
Is that his IAs?
This is the IA you conducted.
Buchanan.
12-2-IA.
It's 45. No. You got it. It's 45.
45.
45.
Tab 45.
Yeah.
I have Exhibit 4. I don't know.
Is that 40?
This is Exhibit 4. Is that
Tab
what?
45 in there.
There's nothing in it. Might be the wrong exhibit.
No, I think you might want to just.
Do you have what?
We had a vote with that 45. If I may, give you the book, which is
Yeah.
essentially identical but has that report.
It's what?
Tab 45 is in this one.
That's fine.
You recognize the first page of this report?
I recognize that it's an IA investigation, 12-2 IA.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the basis?
Relevance.
Sidebar?
Okay. So the objection, Your Honor, is relevance in that this is an IA from over 4 years prior to, from over 4 years prior to the events of his claim and different actors.
Which IA is this?
It's one involving, no, it's one involving Kelson Ting, another officer from 2012. It's not probative for any issue.
evidence all trial about what the chief knew about him and
The objection is overruled. We'll see where it goes. Okay, thank you. Objection overruled.
The report that you wrote, right?
I can't tell by that page.
Kent?
I was on the-
Officer Sergeant Todd.
There we go. Yeah. I was on the wrong page.
Okay, sorry. Got it? You wrote this, right?
Yes.
You conducted an investigation, right?
Yes.
And you were assigned to do that by Deputy Chief? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Who assigned you to do this investigation?
I don't recall. This was quite a while ago. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Well, it begins, apparently, on page, the second page one. The first page one's a cover sheet, right? You go 2 pages into the third page, you have another page one. See that?
That's correct, yes.
And it says that you met with Ting and Bobet, sorry, on January 17, 2012, you met with Ting and Bobet regarding problems between them.
That's true, yes.
And then in the second paragraph, you wrote that it is the department's best interest that he attend mediation training along with Officer Buchanan for work-related issues that have seemingly been ongoing between the two officers, right?
That's correct.
So there were issues going on between Ting and Buchanan.
Yes.
Go to the next page.
Page 2, sir?
The next page. As you referred to prior findings and observations,
I see it.
and you wrote that, and you said that October 1st, 2011, you were asked to work the 11 to 7 shift with the patrol commander to oversee Bobet and his shift, right?
That's correct.
And you discovered that there were deficiencies that may or may not be the result of Bobet's inability to properly supervise.
Yes.
In the next paragraph, a few lines down, you say, Officer Ting did state on many occasions that he felt as though he was being treated unfairly by Sergeant Bobet, that he, Ting, believes that Sergeant Bobet has transferred all of his authority onto Officer Buchanan, effectively creating a situation in which Officer Buchanan feels and acts as though he is a supervisor on that shift. Officer Ting reported that Officer Buchanan has attempted to exert authority over him on many occasions and consistently uses Sergeant Bobet's backing as a justification, right?
That's what Ting said, yeah.
And then Ting also complained at the end, the last 6 lines, Officer Ting also complained about the fact that Officer Buchanan has in the past pulled him aside and asked him, Ting, why he was working so hard. Officer Ting reported that Officer Buchanan made statements such as, why are you working so hard for the man? Officer Ting stated that Officer Buchanan accused the administration of being racist, white people who take advantage of minorities. Officer Buchanan reported Officer Buchanan has called Officer Ting an Uncle Tom on numerous occasions in the past. Officer Ting indicated he is suffering as a result of all of the above reported action. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Who was the administration back in at this time in 2011?
2011. That would have been Gary Magnan was the acting chief.
Mm-hmm.
I believe John Newton was out on an extended medical. I think he was getting a hip replacement. Joe Burge was a lieutenant. And I think Lieutenant Gordon was out on an extended medical as well.
So the administration that Mr. Buchanan was referring to was Burge and Magnan. Did the administration include you as you understood?
It's open for interpretation. Technically, Gary Magnan was the chief.
I understand. He said administration.
Yeah, I don't know who he's referring to.
Did you ask him?
No,
Who are these bigoted white men he's referring to?
I have no idea.
Well, he said that that's what Buchanan told.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
That's what Ting said, yes.
On page 3 at the bottom, after just a few shifts on 11 to 7, Sergeant Bobet not present for any of these, I made several observations which included but was not limited to obvious tension between Officer Patrick Buchanan and Officer Carlton Ting. Each of these officers made it a point to speak with me in my office during my short stint on the night shift. When Officer Buchanan met with me, he discussed what he believed were Officer Ting's patrol response deficiencies. Officer Buchanan said he would no longer feel safe when Ting, his backup officers. And then further down, when I met, and mind you, the jury can read this. When I met with Officer
Objection,
Ting,
Your Honor.
Sustain that is struck from the record. Please pose a question.
No, let me just keep going. And there's just a time. When I met with Officer Ting, he repeatedly voiced his concerns about Sergeant Beauvais and Officer Buchanan. Officer Ting indicated that he felt Officer Buchanan and Sergeant Beauvais were teaming up on him and treating him unfairly.
What are these questions, please?
Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Next paragraph. Officers also commented that they suspected the tension between Officer Ting and Officer Buchanan was present because both may find themselves vying for the same sergeant's promotion at some point in the future. Therefore, each is trying to discredit the other in an attempt to make themselves look like a better candidate. Did you read that correctly?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Was it read incorrectly?
No, Your Honor, but it's just hearsay statements being read in that are not in evidence.
The objection's overruled.
If we go to page 5, it says current meeting with Officer Ting. This is all you're writing, right?
Yes.
Can I see Councilor Sebar?
In the context of this witness's testimony, you may make reference or read from his deposition for one or two reasons. One, to refresh his recollection, or two, to impeach him. If you're seeking to impeach him, you need to lay a foundation for impeachment, which can't be done by reading the answer first. So you're to ask the question, and then, if necessary, then you can impeach his credibility by reading it from an answer which may differ from that which he's given on the stand.
With respect, I can read the other party's deposition for any purpose. What you're referring to is what you do a witness, not a party.
You can do that,
Party's
yes.
deposition, it does not have to be to impeach. It does not have to be refreshed.
No, but
just read it.
You can do that if the witness is unavailable, okay? And if I'm satisfied. You could also do it in a separate regard, not while the witness is on the stand. This is an issue that we addressed earlier on. Okay.
First of all, I disagree with that. I believe I can, and this is not his deposition. This is an exhibit. It's in evidence. It's in evidence. I can read from it.
Okay.
This is tab 45.
It's
his report.
Okay, you would refer to the deposition, I presume you would.
Earlier.
I presume you still.
And
Okay,
then
so one moment, then. Okay.
It's an exhibit.
All right, fair enough. I stand corrected. I thought you were reading from the
I understand.
deposition. Okay.
What exhibit are you on? Because I didn't.
I told you, tab 45, exhibit 4. 12-2 IA. I told you guys.
If you're going to read deposition excerpts first, you need to provide us notice so we can counter designate.
All right, let's move forward. Okay, just if you be so kind, just be clear as to what you're reading from.
Certainly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to continue to 11 o'clock, and we'll see where it goes. I know I told you it was my hope and expectation this would go to you on Wednesday. There's no court on Thursday and Friday, but I'll be revisiting that with the lawyers because I don't know anymore. Okay, let's proceed.
Your Honor, I'm reading from, is it tab 45?
Yeah.
And it's IA 12-2-IA. It's a report written by acting lieutenant at that time, Tada. Okay. So I'm now going to go to the paragraph. You following me, Lieutenant, on page 5?
Yes, sir.
The paragraph that says current meeting with Officer Ting. This is something that you wrote.
Yes.
At this point, Officer Ting expressed his concerns relative to how he is continuing to be treated on the overnight shift. Officer Ting continues to indicate that he's being treated disparately by both Sergeant Beauvais and Officer Buchanan, and that in his opinion, he's being discriminated against. Officer Ting provided me with a list of grievances, whereas he makes numerous allegations of Sergeant Beauvais treating him in a discriminatory manner. Please refer to enclosed list, item 1. And it says, during this meeting, Officer Ting also pointed out that he had provided this department with an 8-page complaint in the past. Did you review that complaint, sir?
No.
You go to page 7, please. Let's start with the first full paragraph. You have it?
Yeah.
In January 18th, 2012, you were still handling the investigation, right?
Yes.
And you talked to Officer Buchanan about the potential for mediation between him and Ting, right?
That's correct.
And you wrote, Officer Buchanan laughed in an extremely loud manner, almost patronizing. Officer Buchanan then stated, not disciplinary? How can it be construed as anything but? I reminded Officer Buchanan that he would be compensated for his time, and that if he chooses, he can take a Department of Legal to the session. Officer Buchanan then stated, you know how this looks, right? I asked him to expound. Officer Buchanan stated, you're sending the two minorities only. I explained to him that the fact that he and Officer Ting are minorities had nothing to do with the reason that we needed to attend mediation. Did I read that right?
Yeah. Yes.
So he was mocking the concept of sitting down with a fellow officer to work out their differences, right?
I don't know if that's what you classify it.
Well, you wrote that he laughed in an extremely loud manner, almost patronizing.
Yes.
You wanted whoever read this report to understand that Officer Buchanan behaved that way.
No,
You proposed that they sit down, right?
I wanted to be accurate.
You wanted to tell others. You didn't have to put in that he laughed in a patronizing way.
I wanted to be accurate.
Just a brief moment. The last portion of your question is struck, okay? Please rephrase your question.
Now, you were taken off this investigation, right?
Yes,
Because Officer Ting made complaints about you.
that's correct.
And he made complaints about you sexually harassing.
Apparently. I don't know the extent of the complaints he's made. He made many against many.
You recall Officer Ting complained that you touched him in the butt inappropriately.
Yeah, I believe that's one of them.
And you know that the city of Greenfield, the then town of Greenfield, had to conduct an investigation of his accusations against you.
I don't know what they did. I wasn't privy to any of that.
You don't know.
No.
You recall that the city and the chief hired somebody to look into the status of the department and these allegations.
Yeah, I don't know if it was relative to these allegations, but they hired a consultant relative to the current status of the PD in general.
Do you remember that questionnaires were issued to every police officer regarding their observations of whether or not you touched Officer Ting inappropriately?
No, I don't remember that.
When you find it. You were aware, were you not, that Officer Ting filed a complaint in the Commission Against Discrimination against the city, alleging inappropriate conduct by you and Officer Buchanan and Sergeant Beauvais?
I believe I was ultimately advised of that, yeah.
And he claimed that Beauvais discriminated against him because he's Asian?
I believe so.
And he claimed that Buchanan discriminated against him because he's Asian?
I don't remember the specifics of it.
And he claimed that you mocked him and inappropriately touched him.
Again, I don't remember the specifics of it. It's frivolous.
Frivolous what?
He's ridiculous.
Really?
Yes.
Are you aware that a number of the officers in the Greenfield Police Department reported to the investigator that they saw you touching him inappropriately?
Again, I'm not aware of the circumstances of that investigation, no.
Well, you said it was frivolous. So my question is, are you aware? So you're not aware of the investigation and what it showed about what you did to Ting?
No, I'm not.
And you're aware, aren't you, that Ting filed a complaint to the United States District Court against the then town of Greenfield, alleging abuse by you, Patrick Buchanan, and then Sergeant Beauvais?
No.
You never saw the complaint?
No.
Really? Okay. Did you ever learn that Officer Ting alleged in 2011 of October, you rubbed his stomach and called him fat
I believe I read that, yes.
in the complaint, right?
I don't know where I read it. I believe I saw that, though.
Ting alleged that you told you to get away from him and not to touch him, and you laughed at him.
I don't remember that part.
And that he alleged that you often called him fat.
I don't remember that part either.
Do you recall that he alleged that between October 26, 2011 and October 27, you pinched his buttock cheek and laughed at him?
I don't remember that specifically.
You remember that in November, he said that in November, you placed your hand between his buttock cheeks and rubbed.
I don't recall. I don't know.
And that he alleges that he told you he didn't think it was funny, and you responded by mimicking the voice of an offensive stereotype of homosexuals, telling Ting, I know you like it up the ass, and laugh.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
All right, what is the objection?
There's no foundation. He's answered that he doesn't know about these allegations. So you can read all these inflammatory accusations, but I can't cross-examine the accuser. He didn't call him as a witness. These are hearsay accusations being levied that he's already said, I don't know about them.
What is the good faith basis for the last question?
Does he know that Ting,
Correct.
it's in the complaint?
In Ting's complaint?
Yeah.
Okay, have you seen it?
Not that accusation. I don't know
Why
whether
don't you
that
show it to
specific
counsel
one
and
is.
we'll move
Your Honor,
forward?
showed it to us. I'm happy to.
Okay, show it to him. If you need to see me again, let me know.
One moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. Or members of the jury, excuse me. Please point counsel to the paragraph at issue. Do you need to see me
The
further?
objection is being withdrawn.
We can move on, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
We can move on, Your Honor.
Attorney Keston, what did you just say? Can you? No, Attorney Keston.
Oh, sorry.
What
I
did?
believe the objection is being withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Do you recall that he said that in July of 2010, you asked Ting if he was gay?
I don't recall. Like I said, without having that, I can't remember what was said.
I'm sure the document see if this refreshes your recollection. Have you ever seen this federal complaint before?
Maybe. I mean, you're showing me one page. I don't know.
I'd like to hand it in the document so you can look at whatever pages he wants.
I may have seen this. I don't remember all the specifics of it, but I may have reviewed it in the past, for sure. Yep.
Where he accused you that you tried to convince him to date a coworker because, quote, even though she is hard on the eyes, she will really take care of you as a man in every way, close quote. Your brother made it clear that you would clean, cook, and satisfy all of Ting's sexual needs whenever Ting wanted, and that Ting and the coworker would make an ugly but great couple. Do you remember that accusation?
I just told you I don't remember all the accusations, no.
Did you show Ting pornographic pictures on your phone in 2011?
Definitely not.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'll remind you that no question ever posed by any of the attorneys in this case is evidence. It's not evidence. Only the sworn answer to that question constitutes evidence for your consideration. Let's proceed.
You're aware that he indicated in his federal complaint that while you were making fun of another town employee and you did an impression of the employee and made remarks about, quote, sucking dick, close quote, and, quote, taking it up the ass. Remember him accusing you of that in the federal complaint?
Again, I don't remember all of the allegations in his ridiculous complaint, no.
Yes, it was ridiculous to you, and he made a whole bunch of false allegations.
Yes, he lied.
He lied.
Many times, yes.
Okay.
That's why I'm still
You
here.
did see this, but you decided he lied about all of
He
it.
lied about all of it, absolutely.
Yeah. And you've never seen the questionnaires provided to your fellow police officers regarding some of these acts?
No.
Is that what you're telling us?
I have not seen those, no.
Did you call Ting Bub or Bubby?
I believe I did, yes.
Did you ask Ting why he does not talk about women with his coworkers?
Never.
Did you tell Ting that an officer in your department were Swinger and his wife were swingers who go to sex parties, and that Dodge often received sexually suggestive texts and photographs from the wife? Did you ever tell him that?
No. I mean, Ting and I had a very limited work relationship. We never had any kind of personal conversations.
Did you ever during your investigation or at any time, did you ever learn that Buchanan accused the police department of being a bunch of racists, including David Gubeau, John Newton, Gary Magnan, Joseph Burge, William Gordon, Dan McCarthy, James Rode, and Todd Clark?
During the course of what investigation?
The investigation you conducted into the disarray in the
I
midnight December.
No, I didn't know that specifically, no.
Are you aware that Ting says that Buchanan told Ting that Brickett Alice was a council member, right?
I believe so at the time, yeah.
Elected by the people of Greenfield.
Yes.
That Brickett Alice was a racist who would target Ting because Ting was a minority. You ever hear that Ting accused Buchanan of that?
No, I don't know. I don't remember. Like I said, I can't recall all of Ting's allegations.
But when you did your investigation, did you write down all of Ting's accusations?
I wrote down what he told me during the interviews.
Did you ever learn that Buchanan told Ting to cite or charge Alice whenever Ting possibly could because Buchanan hated Alice and Alice was a criminal?
Did I ever learn Buchanan said that? No.
Did you ever learn that Buchanan often told Ting that he should stop working so hard because Ting was setting the bar too high for others that Ting was not a team player and that Ting was making everyone look bad?
No, I never heard Buchanan say that.
Ting had a lot of, in terms of his productivity measured by arrest, stop, citations, Ting was way up there. Right?
He was.
And Buchanan was way down.
I don't recall.
You don't?
No.
Did you learn that Ting said that Bobet Buchanan told Ting that they knew the law and Ting could not file a racial harassment claim against them because they were both minorities also? Bobet stated he was of Romanian descent and Buchanan stated he was of Jamaican and African American descent. Ting informed Dodge of this.
I believe that's what he told me, sure. If it's in the report. I don't remember every circumstance and fact that's contained in that report.
Well, it's pretty explosive.
No, it's 9 years or 10 years ago.
It's pretty explosive, don't you think?
Sure, a lot of it was what he said.
Yeah, so you now remember him telling you, Ting telling you that that's what Buchanan and Dodge told, Buchanan and Bobet told him?
No, I told you I don't remember the facts of the report.
When I asked you 2 minutes ago, you said you did.
What are you referring to? I don't know what you're asking me what I remember.
I'll ask you again. Did Ting made you aware that Buchanan and Bobet told Ting that he could not file a racial harassment claim against them because they were both minorities?
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, no, I don't
Just
remember.
to be frank, what is the basis of the objection?
I think he's mixing documents, Your Honor. I think he's trying to ask him about the report, and I think those statements are contained elsewhere.
Your Honor,
Right, the objection's overruled. You'll be able to straighten things out on redirect, but not before we take our mid-morning break, ladies and gentlemen, with the ongoing instruction not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, nor to do any investigation or research. I will look forward to seeing you in 15 minutes. We'll take a short break this morning. Thank you all.
Jury's coming in.
Lieutenant Dodge, you can retake the stand, please.
Jury entering. Buchanan Superior Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything come to your attention which has affected your abilities to remain fair and impartial? Seeing, hearing no affirmative responses, I do understand the court officer told me that you're able to go to court today. I'm going to pick you up on most of that. I actually had scheduled 3 other hearings for 3:15, which I've now bumped to 3:45. So we'll go to 3:40, and then I'm going to need to take care of those 3 other hearings, which are pending in another court. So I do greatly appreciate that, and I understand that also you're able to go to for tomorrow, which I, with the utmost sincerity, greatly appreciate your doing. So we will indeed take you up on that one, okay? And we'll go to 4 tomorrow, okay? Thank you very much. Okay, Attorney Keston, let's rejoin cross-examination of Lieutenant Dodge.
Lieutenant, you became aware at some point prior to the filing of the federal lawsuit against the city that there was a complaint filed by Kelson Ting in the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination?
I know it happened. I don't know when I became aware of it.
And you were aware that attorney Carol Lynch represented the city in that complaint?
I don't remember who represented the city.
Well, you remember that the city was obligated to file a detailed response to every allegation that Mr. Officer Ting made against anybody, including you, right?
I don't know what various people's obligations are.
You recall, don't you, that you participated in responding to his MCAD complaints?
I don't recall.
Counsel may not request leave of court to approach any witness.
I'm sorry.
Sidebar.
Okay, so I take it you're seeking to refresh his recollection with a copy of the MCAT complaint.
With a copy of the response.
Of the response to the MCAT complaint. Do you have a hard copy or an electronic version
No.
somewhere? Okay, so then you're simply going to have to make your laptop available to counsel on the redirect, just in case they want to point out other aspects of it. Okay, and it'll be limited to refreshing his recollection since it is electronic. Okay?
Can we see it now too, just so?
Or to impeaching, I suppose, but it's not going to be entered into evidence, obviously. Why don't you take a moment and share it with counsel so they can.
Thank you.
Proceed. So, sir, I guess I'll show it to you.
Get this out of your way.
If you note that, what the title of this document is. Are you aware that this document was filed at the Commission Against Discrimination on behalf of the City of Greenfield?
I don't know about this specific document. I know he filed a complaint with MCAT.
Well, this is the response to the complaint filed by Attorney Carol Sikowski Lynch on behalf of the city. Did you have any role in providing information to Ms. Lynch or to the city so they could respond to the specific allegations made by Officer Taney against you?
I recall discussions during that time, but I don't know the nature of them.
Do you recall providing information to someone associated with the city, then town, regarding the specific allegations made by Ting against you in his MCAT complaint?
I don't remember specific conversations. I spoke with somebody, yes. I don't know what the nature of the conversations were.
Do you recall being asked about the allegations that you rubbed his stomach and called him fat?
I don't remember specific conversation about any of it.
Let's see if this helps you remember. Do you now remember that that your response was you're encouraging him to work out in the gym? That you're a firm believer in a strong mind and a strong body?
I told every officer that I am proponent of them working out in the gym. Yes, absolutely,
And
because I did.
familiar with the allegations made against you that you had touched his buttock cheeks
I'm familiar with the allegations. Yeah.
and they were denied?
Of course.
Are you familiar with the fact there was an investigation done by the city HR department to ascertain the truth or falsity of the allegations?
No, I assumed there would be, but no, I was not aware of what they did.
You're familiar with Mr. Westerling's, what's his current rank?
Retired
And what was his last rank?
sergeant.
With Sergeant Westerling's statement to the city that he saw you lose Constantine?
I'm not surprised. They're best friends.
So he's lying.
I never touched Ting, so yeah, I would say he's lying. Yeah,
And you're telling the jury he's doing so, in your opinion, because they're best friends?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this lawsuit hung around for a couple of years, right?
I have no idea how long it lasted.
And you were aware that the city had to pay money? And
I have no idea. I'm not privy to that.
you never found out?
No.
Now, as of the fall of 2013, the then town of Greenfield was looking for a police chief, current police chief, right?
They had been for a couple of years, yes.
And you were at that point active in your role as a president of the supervisors union?
Yes.
And who was the president of the patrol officers?
May have been Richard Brook. I can't be certain. I don't recall.
And the people that had a role in the hiring of the police chief, essentially was the mayor's call, right?
He's the appointing authority.
And there's also a public safety commission.
Yes.
What is their role?
Oversight of the police department, fire department. That's really all I know.
And if there are complaints to be made about police officers, police sergeants, police lieutenant, police chiefs, one can go to the Public Safety Commission.
I don't see why not.
Right. So if someone has a complaint about racism in the police department, the Public Safety Commission would be a good place to go. Right?
It's an avenue to pursue, sure.
There's also a Human Rights Commission, right?
Yes.
There was a Human Rights Commission in 2013, 14, 15 for the city of Greenfield.
I assume so. I don't know. The city changed a lot. I don't know the various boards.
And the Human Rights Commission was tasked with dealing with issues of people getting along in race.
That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So, back in the fall of 2013, you, as your role as president of the union, was working with the other unions, the other union, and with who else with regard to developing process to hire a police?
Yeah, it was other unions. It was the patrolman union as well as the fire unions and the Public Safety Commission.
And the Public Safety Commission. And the fire union was also without a chief.
I believe so. They may have been sitting with an acting chief at the time.
And who was the acting chief in October of 2015?
I believe it's Robert Strand, who's actually now their permanent chief.
fire chief.
Correct.
What about the police chief?
In what year? 13?
Just before Chief Haig came up.
Joe Burge was provisional chief, I believe, at that time.
And was he one of the candidates for full-time chief?
Yes, I believe so.
And what was Mike Williams at the time?
Mark Williams?
I'm sorry, Mark.
Mark Williams was a sergeant then.
Like you.
Yes.
You were a permanent sergeant?
Yes.
And the department needed straightening out, didn't it?
Various aspects, I'd say it was safe to say. Yeah.
Discipline was lax. Would you agree?
No.
And, for example, sir, if a police officer were to throw a 16-year-old kid on the ground because the young man told him to get the officer's hand off his shoulder, somebody should have done something about that, don't you think?
Depends on the I don't know the circumstance. I'm not going to comment on something I don't know about. There's a lot to those.
And so the union, the public safety commissioner, was talking about a plan, and abruptly you read in the recorder, the Greenfield recorder, is that what it's called?
The recorder.
Or was it just called the recorder?
It was the Greenfield recorder, now just the recorder.
That's how you found out that Rob Haig was coming out.
Right.
Now you were unhappy because there was no process.
I was unhappy because we were in the midst of putting a lot of time and energy into how we're going to make a selection.
So you were unhappy. You were unhappy because you had done that. There appeared to be no process, and the mayor just plunked Rob Haig out of order.
Correct.
But you knew him,
I did.
and you were not uncomfortable with him becoming your chief.
No.
You thought he was too inexperienced, though, right?
I believed, considering where we were, that it was going to be a challenge for him, which I explained to him.
Right. He was coming from a smaller department.
Much.
Orange has about 8 sworn,
I don't know. Sounds right.
a much smaller,
Smaller.
and he hadn't been in Greenfield for a long time.
Correct.
But you were aware that he knew a lot about Greenfield because he had friends and relatives in Greenfield.
Certainly.
And he knew a lot of what had been going on in the police department.
It's fair to say.
And so he came in November of 2013.
Sounds right.
And as of that time, there had been a civil service test administered for sergeants in October of 2013. Hadn't there?
I couldn't possibly remember. I don't know. I wasn't taking it, so I mean, you pay attention sort of to your own tests. I don't know what everybody else is doing.
Let's work through it this way, sir. This case centers around a civil service list which had the names of Patrick Buchanan and Jason Haskell on it, right?
Yes.
And you have testified in this courtroom that that list came out in October of 2014.
I thought you said 13.
Oh, that is.
I don't know.
I'm asking you whether you recall testifying.
No, I don't. I don't remember when it came out.
Well, you recall, don't you, that in your complaint, the complaint filed on your behalf by Attorney Ryan, that you allege that there was a civil service test given for sergeant in October of 2014.
I don't remember the dates. I don't know if it was 13 or 14.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I will approach the witness. Don't have it. I'm showing you paragraph 61, gentlemen, of the amended complaint. You alleged in October of 2014, the results of the civil service promotional examination were released.
Are we reading 61?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And that's not accurate,
If it says it is, I assume it's accurate,
because you say so.
because it says so.
They wrote it, right? Because they wrote it, you're assuming it's accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Please pose another question.
They admitted it. It's admitted.
I'm showing you Exhibit 9. Second page. What's the date on that?
April 23rd, 2014.
Who's on the list?
Patrick Buchanan, number 1. Jason Haskins, number 2.
So it did not come out in October. It came out in April, right?
I mean, if it came out in April, it's still out in October.
Yes.
The
I'm
tests
asking
are
a
in
simple
October.
question, sir.
All right, please distance yourself from the witness.
The list came out in April. The one, correct?
Objection.
If you say so.
Objections overruled. There's an answer. It will stand.
I don't know. Sure. I don't know when they come out.
Well, you sued my clients and alleged that the list came out in October.
Okay.
What is your testimony now?
I don't know when the list came out. I've
Please
answered
pose a
that.
question.
And, sir, you claim that the chief, when he found out about the list, asked you to find a way around it.
He did.
And, sir, after this list came out, strike that. There's two ways, at least two ways in which civil service can approve a promotion, right?
I don't know what you're asking.
There's one way is you take the standardized civil service test, and they produce a list of people that passed or no, right?
That's the way. Yep.
And that list requires that there's one position, there'll be 3 eligible candidates.
2N+1 rule. Yep.
And if there's one position available and there's 3 candidates, then the city must hire someone, one of the 3.
Correct.
It could be any one of the 3.
Not necessarily. No. There has to be justification for a
Yeah.
bypass.
Yes, they can hire number 3 as long as they give a sufficient justification as to why they skipped 1 and 2.
That's fair.
And if there's not 3, then the city does not have to hire.
They don't have to.
They can if they want to.
Yes.
And you were aware, were you not, that Mayor Martin was expressing in the 2012, 2013, 2014 era that he had a lot of problems with the police department? He wasn't happy with it.
I don't know what he was expressing. He clearly, had issues with the police department. Yeah, I don't know what he said. I don't recall specifics of his conversations, but
But you're aware that he had issues with the police department.
yeah,
And you're also aware that he is a Vietnam War vet.
I am now.
You didn't know before?
No, I knew he was a vet. I didn't know he was in Vietnam.
So, did you know back then that he had a soft spot for people who served our country?
No,
In the military? No?
not until this trial.
Not until this trial. Are you aware that he promoted Westerling off a short list?
I believe that's what was said. Yes,
Did you know that at the time, or just learned it?
I may have. Again, a long time ago. I don't know. It wasn't my area at the time.
And you were helping Rob Haig get acclimated to being the chief in Greenfield from the time he came.
Well, technically, Joe Burge, who was the acting captain, was helping him get acclimated. I was doing my job. I had a lot to do at that time.
Were you helping Rob Hager acclimate?
I didn't have any direct involvement in getting him acclimated. That was what Joe Burge was doing, like I said. I was doing my work as a lieutenant, which if that helped, I'm glad.
And the results that came out in April of 2014 were a short list for the next sergeant's promotion.
The list that you showed me was a short list.
And isn't it true, well, cite that, were you aware that the mayor had told Chief Haig he's not hiring off the short list?
Not until this trial.
But they weren't hired off the short list.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
And another way that civil service allows employers to promote is to use a assessment center.
That's right.
You favor those.
I do.
You favor them then.
I did.
You're supportive of having an assessment center.
One or the other, I'd support an assessment center, yes.
Yes. You get more candidates.
Generally.
And the process is smoother.
I mean, it's subjective. I don't know. I mean, for the department, no. I mean, the civil service exam is smoother for the department. It's all on the candidate. They got to study the books. They got to travel, take the test. I would argue there's a little more planning for the department when it comes to an assessment center. They got to find a place. They got to accommodate all these people. And so, I mean, again, it's subjective. I don't know what you're asking me, I guess, on that.
You supported the notion of using an assessment center instead of the civil service exam to promote people in the Greenfield Police Department.
Instead of, not both, yes.
And in fact, Greenfield had used assessment centers before 2014.
I would say that's safe to say, but I don't recall exact dates of assessment centers. We've had a few now.
But you don't recall if there were any before 2014?
I don't. It's likely. I don't know. I'm not. I don't recall dates.
Nothing illegal about having an assessment center, is
No.
there? And you recall that in the summer of 2014, Greenfield had an assessment center to hire a deputy chief.
Sounds about right.
And that was after the unions bargained with the city to create that position, right?
I don't know that we had any involvement in that. That was the chief's decision with the city. The chief got rid of.
To create a deputy chief?
That's correct.
Did the chief discuss it with you as the union president?
I don't remember much conversation about it. I know that was his intent. I don't know that we would have had much objection to it. To us, it's sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Captain, deputy chief's title.
So there was an assessment center for deputy
Yes.
chief. Did you apply?
Yes.
How did you do?
I don't recall. I think there was, I don't know, second or third on the list, maybe. I'm not sure.
You were more senior to then Sergeant Williams?
Yes.
You had a higher rank
No.
than Sergeant Williams?
Well, I believe, no, I was a sergeant. He was a sergeant.
In the summer of 14?
Yes.
And you had more seniority.
Yes.
Did you believe yourself to be a better candidate?
Not necessarily. He's a smart guy. Very smart.
And he, in the process, at the end of the process, he was appointed.
Yes.
And he was the top candidate listed by the assessment center.
As far as I recall, yes.
And then you recall that the fire union, or the fire department, also had an assessment center.
I have no idea what happened at the firehouse.
So when you were talking with the fire department about choosing chiefs, you never found out what happened over
The
there?
conversation ended after we appointed our chief. We no longer needed to meet.
Okay. So, the town of Greenfield called for a assessment center for a sergeant's promotion. Right?
When?
2015. It happened in 2015, but at some point.
The assessment center happened in 2015? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
It could very well be.
But the first assessment center after the chief came in was for deputy chief
I guess so, if that's what you say.
Do you have any memory of anything else?
I don't know the timelines. I've been very clear on that. There's a lot of stuff going on. I don't know the timelines as to when tests were taken and assessment centers were done.
Did you do anything to get ready to testify in the lawsuit you've had pending for 6 years?
I guess not with respect to assessment centers and tests, no.
So, an assessment center was held, if an assessment was held in 2015, do you recall the results?
No.
Was Pat Buchanan in the top 2?
I don't recall.
Were you concerned that the assessment center was racist?
I didn't have anything to do with the assessment center, no.
Were you concerned that the assessment center was in any way racist in the way they hired?
No.
You claim,
The assessment center doesn't hire people.
you claim, Lieutenant, that in October of 2014 you had a conversation with Chief Hay about the candidates on the then existing civil service board.
Correct.
And that you remember.
I don't remember the date. I remember the conversation.
So when was it?
I just told you. I don't remember the date.
Well, your complaint that you filed, or your lawyers filed on your behalf, says October 2014.
I'll believe you.
I'm just telling that's what the
Let's move on. That's been asked and answered
Okay.
several times already. Next question, please.
So, it is your position, isn't it, Sergeant George, that when Chief said, you claimed that he said that he believed that then Patrolman Buchanan was lazy, that was racist.
Discriminatory, yes.
You said that, right?
I have said that, yes.
And you said that he also said he doesn't fit the bill. You said those two things told you, you perceived that as to be extremely discriminatory.
Yes.
So you immediately went to the Public Safety Commission and said, there's discrimination afoot in the police department, right?
Nope.
You immediately wrote a memo to the mayor and said the chief is a bigot.
Never have such words come out of my mouth.
And you wrote a memo to the mayor saying the promotional process in the police department is tainted by race, by racial considerations, right?
I never did.
Right. You never told anyone.
Correct.
You kept it because you weren't going to poke the bear.
As you call it, sure.
That's what you said.
You just said it.
Next question.
I read you from your deposition.
Okay.
Do you recall that I read from the deposition?
I do
in
recall.
which you said you weren't about to poke the bear, you're too
Yes.
smart.
I do, yes.
Right. So you're too smart to blow the whistle.
I didn't say that.
So the chief says it in 2014, you said. Right?
I don't know what you're asking me.
That the chief made the remarks about Patrick Buchanan being lazy. And that you say he said, that Patrick Buchanan not filling the bill. You say that happened in 2014.
Sure.
A year before any assessments happened, right?
I don't know.
And you did nothing to try to stop the assessment center, right?
There's nothing, it's not my purview. It's the chief picks how he wants to do his hiring.
And you didn't perceive the assessment center to be illegal in any way.
Assessment centers are not illegal.
Not a way to get around civil service.
No, they're a means of promotion.
And there was an assessment center run by Badge Quest.
Sounds right?
You familiar with Badge Quest?
I am now?
Aside from what you learned in this trial, had you heard of them before?
Yeah, I participated in a assessment center for a deputy chief.
Correct. Oh, good. Right. Was that the first time you heard of Badge Quest?
I assume it was Badge Quest, sure, yeah.
Was that the first time you heard about it?
Probably.
Were you aware of who Chief Pomeroy was?
No.
Back then? No. So, backing up from the assessment center, Sometime in December of 2014, you observed Officer Buchanan removing an envelope which contained some paper and a gift card.
Objection.
Was that an objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the basis of the objection?
I think that the question is factually incorrect as to the timing.
Okay. Objection sustained. Please rephrase your question.
Sometime in December of 2014, you observed Sergeant Buchanan taking an envelope out of, what do you call those cubbies?
Pigeonhole.
Pigeonhole, didn't you?
I don't know when it was. And I didn't see him. I heard him and then turned around after he had opened the envelope.
You heard him say what?
He did it in an excited manner.
He did it, as in, he gave me the receipts.
Meaning he sent me in receipts. Yep.
And you and he had a discussion about gift cards.
Correct.
And you told him the gift card had to be returned.
Yes.
Did you tell him, or he could turn it in to a supervisor?
I just told him I believe I'd been through this before and I just mailed it back. Just send it with a letter saying I appreciate it, but we can't accept.
And was that your only involvement in December with this incident?
Just on the date, Your Honor. Objection.
Sidebar? Feel free to stand up and stretch. We'll go to 1 o'clock.
You going to correct the date? Are you going to re-ask your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions withdrawn. Please pose another question.
I'm going to correct myself. The incident which precipitated the envelope happened in December of 14, right?
That makes sense.
You saw the envelope in early 15.
Makes sense.
And after you saw, when is the first time you learned that there was an IA?
I don't recall. I don't know. Maybe when Pat approached me about it. I don't know.
You're aware, are you not, that the IA, back up, you aware, are you not, that a matter of concern for Lieutenant Burge was that Officer Buchanan had instructed this young man to bring him receipts?
I know that was a concern.
You agree with me, don't you, that if a police officer says to a civilian, I'll give you a warning, but I want you to buy your mother gifts and get receipts and bring them to me within 5 or 7 days, some timeline, that would be inappropriate?
I know that now. Seemed like a pay it forward nice thing to do at the time.
You know that now?
Oh, he was dragged through the mud for it, so I would assume he probably wouldn't want to do that again, but it seems like a nice gesture on the part of an officer.
Without question. Okay, so it seems like a nice gesture by the officer. The nice gesture is, I won't give you a ticket. Use the money to get something for a vote. That's
Sure.
a nice gesture, right?
It's great.
Yeah. Is the or, give me the receipts, or I know where you live. Is that you consider a nice gesture?
If he's conditioning it in that manner, that's not okay.
Yeah.
No, but that's not what happened, so, yeah.
Well, he told you that's what happened.
Okay. He didn't tell me that's what, no, he
Didn't
said,
Patrick Buchanan tell you that he told the young man to bring him the receipts?
no. In fact, he told me he was extremely surprised the kid actually brought him the receipts. He gave the kid the option that if you want to bring them in to me, that would be great. Never expecting for the kid to do that, and he did.
Do you recall writing a report on your conversation?
I'm sure I did. I don't remember the content of that
When's the
report.
last time you saw it?
I have no idea. I don't know what you're looking at.
Show this on the screen as well.
What is it?
7. It's
Tab
tab
7.
Tab 7. Is this document something you authored
Yes.
in January of 2015?
Yes.
And you wrote in relevant part, Officer Buchanan stated that he asked the young man to provide him with receipts in order to confirm he actually used the money to buy his mother something.
Yes. He asked him. He didn't demand them. Yes.
And you're aware, are you not, sir, that the young people in the car, when interviewed,
I did learn that. Yes.
told the department that he ordered the young man on threat of knowing where he lives?
I don't know what their reports were.
Do you agree with me that if a police officer tells the young man, give your mother something, bring me the receipts in 7 days or 5 days, and if you don't, I know where you live, that's a violation?
The way that fact pattern runs, yeah, that's absolutely inappropriate. Yes.
And that's what Lieutenant Burge found that he did, right?
I don't know what he found.
You don't?
No.
Weren't you involved in the appeal?
It's been a long time.
So you forgot what he found?
Yeah, it's fair to say.
You question Lieutenant Burge's motives?
No.
You have no reason to believe that anything he did influenced him. He did because of Patrick Buchanan's race.
I have no idea why he does what he does or did what he did.
Lieutenant, you are here telling the jury that based on the comments that you say the chief made, you concluded that he was making a race-based decision, right?
I have answered that, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe Lieutenant Burge's finding that Patrick Buchanan ordered this young man to give him receipts or else was inappropriate?
His findings weren't inappropriate. I don't know. The question was a little confusing. I don't know what you're asking me.
Are you saying that Burge acted because Patrick Buchanan was black?
I don't know why he acted.
You have no evidence to support. You have nothing to say as to whether or not he acted on the basis of race. Do you?
No.
You've never heard Lieutenant Burge say anything which would indicate to you that he was prejudiced, right?
I wouldn't say that, but
Now, when the decision came down from the chief, Patrick Buchanan asked you to agree.
Pat Buchanan brought the concern to me and obviously was contesting the discipline.
Right.
So at that point in time, I had to speak with the patrol unit. So the interesting fact of this case is that when the incident happened, Pat was a patrolman. That's why there was questions. That's why I had to communicate. He was currently sitting as a provisional sergeant, so it wasn't an open and clear cut case as to who's going to represent Pat Buchanan.
Judge, I don't want to spend more time on this, but you recall I asked you about at your deposition where you told me that there was a pre-existing agreement that the union who represented the person at the time of the charge would be the one to handle it.
That's not what we said. No, you're adding pieces to that conversation. No, what I said was, in the event the individual is a provisional sergeant, yes. And we didn't talk about when the event took place. Generally speaking, the incident takes place in the rank that you're in. This case was very different. He was a patrolman when the incident unfolded.
So, the only debate was which union would file the grievance.
Well, it wasn't really much of a debate, but we had to answer the question as to who was going to do that, yeah.
And that was the question. And
Yes.
it was decided between the unions and the union.
Yes,
If it was the patrolman's union, well, they would file the grievance.
correct.
And one of them would sign the grievance.
They wouldn't do it.
If it was decided the patrolman's union had jurisdiction over this grievance, then it would have been filed by the patrolman's union.
It was decided they didn't pursue the grievance. They opted to not pursue the grievance, so I took the grievance.
They opted
Rick Brook, the president, said we are not going to do anything with this grievance.
because they didn't think they had to.
I don't know what his motives were. He just said he wasn't going to do it. Yeah, I don't know.
Didn't talk to them about the
Nope.
reasoning?
No.
So then you filed the grievance, and we agree there's nothing in the grievance about race in any way, shape, or form, right?
In the writing of the grievance, no. It was just aggrieving the actions taken against Pat Buchanan.
And then there was a hearing in front of the mayor.
That's right.
And the mayor wanted to fire him.
Yes.
It was quite clear.
Yes.
And Chief Haig advocated for Patrick Buchanan.
That's what Mayor Martin said. Yes.
Weren't you there?
No.
You weren't at the
I don't remember that
You weren't
conversation.
at the hearing?
I was at the hearing. I don't remember that part of the conversation. I know that Chief did suggest 5 days rather than termination.
Yeah.
Yes.
The chief could only impose 5 days by statute,
Correct.
but he could recommend termination.
You could.
But the chief recommended to the mayor that he shouldn't terminate Patrick Buchanan. And give
I
him
guess
another
so.
chance, right?
Sure.
So the next step in the process was that the union filed a request for arbitration.
Correct.
That's a contractual provision that every patrolman or supervisor is entitled to.
I believe so, yeah.
And an arbitration hearing was held, right?
Yes.
Hold on the screen.
It's 12.
12. Yeah. It's not the arbitrators, it's Martin's. Yeah. Do 12.
No, I want to pull up Exhibit 12.
Tab 12.
Tab 12, Exhibit 1.
Go ahead.
On here?
Yeah.
Yeah. He has it in front of him, Melanie.
It should be in the binder.
It's in the binders.
If you put it, I think you get the binder.
Yeah. Put the binder in front of
If you
him.
take a look at Tab 12, Exhibit 1.
I don't have that.
Okay, you've seen this document before?
Probably. I don't recall it specifically, but there's a good chance I have.
And this is the mayor's decision.
Looks like chief's position summary. This says chief's position.
I understand. And here it says,
Oh,
Who signed it?
decision. Okay, Mayor Martin, yep.
and this is the grievance position summary, right?
Agreement position summary, yes.
Is that up? Attorney Custom? And that would have been something that you presented to the mayor as Mr. Buchanan's position, right?
This document isn't something I created. This is saying that these are Officer Buchanan's reciting of events.
Okay?
Not
the hearing.
mine.
At the
Yeah,
hearing.
not mine, yeah.
Read number 5 out loud.
He did not ask the kid to bring receipts in to him to prove he had complied, as is alleged he instructed the kid to do. The kid/mother did that on her own.
Well, Lieutenant Dodge, did you tell the mayor that Buchanan had told you he did ask the kid to do it?
I'm just reading what's on here.
Bear my question.
I'm answering
Did
you.
you tell the mayor at the hearing that Mr. Buchanan had told you that he had asked the kid?
If that's what it says in that document, yeah.
You told the mayor that?
I don't
that this
recall
wasn't
what I
true?
said. I don't know.
Here's my question. So you don't know what you said?
No.
Were you aware at the time of the hearing with the mayor that Officer Buchanan had told you he had asked the kid to bring the receipts?
No.
You recall that he told you that he instructed this young man to bring the receipts?
I don't remember the content of the conversation. Oh, there was something to do with receipts. I don't know how the conversation went down between him and the kid.
Did you write this?
I did.
And in that document, you wrote that shortly after the conversation you had with Officer Buchanan?
I did.
And you write in there that he told you that he asked the kid to do it, didn't you?
Officer Buchanan stated that he asked the young man to provide him with receipts.
Thank you. And at the mayor's hearing, Officer Buchanan said he never asked him to do it, right?
That's what I'm reading.
And the mayor didn't believe it, did he?
Apparently not.
And so then it proceeded to an arbitration.
Yes.
And the arbitrator heard the evidence again.
Yes.
Arbitrator was chosen by both sides, right?
Yes.
That's how it has to be, right? Both sides have to agree on somebody neutral.
Yes.
And the arbitrator heard the evidence.
Correct.
Were you there the whole time?
I believe so.
Did you testify?
I don't remember.
Did you tell the arbitrator that Mr. Buchanan actually had asked the kid to bring the receipts in a certain number of days, or he knew where he lives?
I don't recall making that comment, no.
Oh. And you testified on direct, also long ago, that the arbitrator was not empowered to make any decision as to whether Buchanan should remain a sergeant.
That's correct.
That's what you said. Have you read the opinion?
I believe I have, but again, it's been a long time.
Can you put up page 16, please? And what tab is it?
13.
13.
Tab 13, page 16.
I believe so, yeah.
you note, don't you, sir, that the arbitrator did make a decision as to whether or not his demotion was justified.
That's what he says, yes.
You were wrong when you testified last week that the arbitrator did not make any decision on it.
I didn't say he didn't make a decision. What I said was he doesn't have any authority over that process, being that it's a provisional appointment.
Did you tell these good ladies of the jury that the arbitrator had decided that Buchanan's demotion was deserved?
I never said anything to that effect. What I said was they don't have jurisdiction over that process because it was a provisional position, not a full-time lieutenant position, sergeant position.
Did the arbitrator write? Even assuming that this action could be challenged to the grievance procedure, there was ample cause to return Officer Buchanan back to his rank of patrol officer?
Yes,
Did you write that?
he did, yeah.
And he also found that there was ample cause to remove him as an FTO, didn't he?
I didn't see that part. Is that on the same page?
Do you remember?
If I ask you, then clearly I didn't remember.
I'm not gonna, let's move on.
Next question.
The jury can hear it.
Next question.
Now, earlier, before the department learned of this incident involving the young man, the chief promoted Officer Buchanan to provisional sergeant, didn't he?
Yes.
He didn't have to do that, did he?
I don't recall the circumstances. If there's an active list with 3 officers on it, then he would have had to promote Pat Buchanan if he was top of the list, yes.
Or he could promote somebody else if he had reasons.
Not in a provisional capacity, you gotta go with the top.
There's no choice?
Nope,
The chief could have chosen not to promote anybody,
that's correct.
but he promoted.
He did.
And then he was demoted as a result of this incident, right?
That's how it would seem.
And the, as we say, the arbitration. And as of this time, you had nowhere told anyone in writing that you believed that anything that the chief had done was related to race.
It was never put in writing, no.
And Officer Buchanan went back to the, even before this incident, was Officer Buchanan primarily working as a midnight shift?
As a provisional, he had to, that was the only thing left to the
Before he was a
bid.
provisional, in December.
I'm not sure where he was working before that. I don't know. I don't remember the layout.
And subsequent to this incident, there was subsequent to the arbitrator's decision, there was an investigation of you.
That's correct.
And it is your contention, you want the ladies of the jury to believe, that the chief instituted this IA to retaliate against you for filing a grievance.
For defending Pat Buchanan, yes.
For filing a grievance, right?
For
That's
defending
what you did.
Pat Buchanan, yes.
You filed a grievance.
For Pat Buchanan, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what was the Johnson's first name?
Shane.
Shane Johnson. Prior to this incident, which we're going to talk about soon, you knew Shane Johnson.
In a work capacity, yeah.
What do you mean in a work capacity?
I've arrested him.
Had you opened your landscaping business by then?
Nope,
And you knew David Kalinowski,
I did. His family.
his family.
Yep.
You know in his work capacity?
In his work capacity?
In your work capacity.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. I've arrested him too.
Are they both convicted felons? Were they both convicted felons in 2015?
I don't know.
Kalinowski Kalinowski was, wasn't he?
I don't know. I don't know what their actual records are. I know they've been arrested. I don't know if they were felony charges or not.
But every time they arrest somebody, don't you run their order of probation?
I don't pay attention to that.
You don't?
Nope.
Do you agree with me that Kalinowski was well known in the Greenfield Police Department as a felon,
Nope.
as a drug dealer?
Nope. Definitely not.
How about Johnson? Was he known as somebody who dealt heroin?
We learned of that with this case. That was the whole point. Yeah, I didn't know he dealt drugs. No,
He had how many warrants?
I don't recall.
Did you ever look at any?
I believe it was one warrant that he had that he owed $250 fine. I don't know. I don't know if there was more than that.
Did you look at the other five?
What file are you talking about? It's in
The
the
other five.
I didn't know there was 5 more.
How many were there?
What's that?
How many were there?
I don't know. I just told you I don't know.
Okay.
I guess you said there's 6.
My questions aren't anything.
Please
Okay.
pose a question. Just a moment. Please pose a question.
I'm asking you. You knew these people, right?
I do know these people, yes.
And did you know that Kalinowski had at least one violent felony on his record at the time that you talked to him?
I know he'd been charged with that. I don't know if he had convictions. That's a very different situation. I don't know what the court case resulted in. We don't follow that.
Charged with violent felony?
I know he was charged with a domestic incident with his girlfriend. I was on scene.
Where did he beat her up?
I don't know. She didn't look beat up when I went there, no.
But he's also a family member?
Yes,
Did you give him a break because he's a family member?
absolutely not. I've arrested him, I think, probably more than once.
Well, prior to the incident,
Which one? It's in the.
you had stopped Johnson a couple months before when he was driving without a license.
That's correct.
Unlicensed operation?
Yes.
Warrants?
No.
You had no warrants?
Nope.
Did you check his warrants?
Yep, we do it as a
Tell me
rule.
when you stopped him.
Yep,
He had no warrant.
that's correct. Or he would have been in my cruiser.
But he was unlicensed operator.
That's right.
Repeat offender.
I don't know about repeat offender. I was dealing with that incident at the time.
And you let him drive off unlicensed?
No,
No?
absolutely not.
What'd you do?
His wife came.
You didn't charge him?
No, he said he'd go to jail, so I gave him a warning.
He said what?
He said, I'm going to go to jail for 2 years if you charge me criminally. I just got off drugs. I'm trying to take care of my kids. So I said, you better not screw me over on this. I'm going to give you a warning, assuming what he's saying is correct.
He's going to get off drugs?
He said he was off drugs.
He said he was off drugs?
He said it.
So you knew him as just a user of heroin?
At that point in time, yeah. By his own comments, not mine.
The incidents for which you were investigated involved allegation that you put a woman in fear.
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how, but that was the allegation, yeah.
Okay. And it began with you learned at some point that there was a phone call to the department from a female who indicated that Johnson was still out selling heroin and he had multiple warrants.
Multiple, I don't know about multiple. It just said she called saying that she's concerned that, again, I didn't take the call. This was told to me, that she's concerned that he's dealing drugs and he has warrants and we're not doing anything about it.
This happened in December of not 2015, right?
Makes sense? Yes.
And you learned that a woman who identified herself as Johnson's wife called to report that he was a drug user and he had warrants. Plural.
That's what I was told.
Plural warrants.
Maybe.
Did you check?
Did I check what? If there was an S on the end? Huh?
Did you check whether or not he had warrants?
Yeah, we confirmed at least one warrant. We get one warrant, we can arrest them. It doesn't matter how many warrants you got once we know you have a warrant.
Lieutenant Dodd, did you do anything to ascertain whether what she said was true?
I ran them and found he had a warrant, but I didn't bring up all the warrants if there was more. That's all I remember is one.
And you understood that he worked for David Kalinowski?
That's what was told to me.
It was told to you?
Yeah.
That this woman said he worked for David Kalinowski?
That woman told whoever answered the phone at the police department that he works for David Kalinowski.
And Kalinowski, at that point, you knew was a convicted felon?
I think I've answered that. No, I did not know that he was a convicted felon.
So you decided that you're going to go to where Kalinowski was working. Kalinowski was doing what, landscaping?
No, this was his house I went to.
You went to Kalinowski's house
Correct.
to see if Johnson was there?
That's right.
And he wasn't.
I didn't see anybody there.
Then when you called you called Johnson.
No.
You called
Kalinowski,
Kalinowski.
yes.
Sorry. Called Kalinowski, right?
That's right.
And this was the phone call that led to your troubles, right?
I guess that's what you say. I don't see where it was a problem, but I guess so.
So there was no problem?
Not on my end.
Oh, I know it's yours, but it caused your problems in that you were accused
Yeah,
of a number of offenses.
absolutely.
And Mr. Kalinowski wanted to know who was ratting out Johnson.
No, it was more of just an aside conversation. What's going on? I said, I guess his wife is pissed at us because we're not doing anything.
So you told him that Johnson's wife was calling the police department about Johnson.
That's what I was told.
And you told it to Kalinowski, no?
Yeah.
No reason why you shouldn't know that.
It seemed to move.
And then you found out that it wasn't his wife.
I don't know who it was.
Okay. You told Kalinowski that you're going to find out who it was.
No, I did not.
Isn't that what you were accused of?
Not with Dave Kalinowski, no.
Who did you tell that you're going to find out?
His wife. And I never told her I was going to tell her who it was. I said I will look into it. That's all. I never told her I'm going to tell her who called the police department.
His wife called and she was terrified.
No, she wasn't.
So the other woman was terrified.
I don't know about the other woman. I never talked to the other woman. I have no idea.
I would like to now play the first call.
Cyber.
Feel free to stand up and stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go to 1 o'clock. Actually, we'll go to just about 5:01 when I'll be discussing our ongoing schedule with council.
Right. Has this been admitted into evidence yet?
You put in the IAs, I don't know, the tapes come with them. I assume you have.
It's not in evidence.
Okay, the answer is no. All right, do you have a CD?
No.
Okay, so then you're not going to play it, I take it.
I want to play it. I can provide a CD.
Do you have it?
We do not have a CD at this moment.
Okay, so you're not going to play it now. Okay.
Can I play it after we get a CD?
We'll wait and see then.
Well,
All right, let's continue.
Sorry about it. Just got a, yeah, do you mind start making the calls? Because I don't think they won't get the order in time. So, thank you. All right.
Next question, please.
did you learn that the woman called the police department and expressed fear
Yes.
that you had told the wife that you would find out who made the call?
Yes.
And she was terrified that this was a matter of life and death.
I don't know what she said.
You never listened to her?
No.
You never listened to these calls?
No.
So at some point in December of 15, you were asked to attend a meeting with Chief Haig and Deputy Chief Williams, right?
That's right.
Where was the meeting held?
In his office, the chief's office.
Who did you text before the meeting?
I don't recall.
No.
No.
Did you have any idea what this meeting was about?
No idea.
Were you concerned that this meeting was about your personal life?
I had no idea what it was about.
Were you concerned that this meeting was about your personal life?
No.
Did you text a young woman, an employee of the Greenfield Police Department immediately before the meeting?
Sarah? Yes.
And Sarah was the dispatcher?
Yes,
And you texted her and asked her if she had made a complaint about you?
I did.
If that's what you thought was going to be the problem?
I didn't know what the problem was. I was just checking to see if that might be an issue.
And Sarah was at that point a dispatcher. You were a lieutenant, right?
No,
You were a sergeant?
sergeant, yeah.
And did she respond to you?
I believe she did, yeah. She said she didn't talk to anybody about anything.
And you were in a relationship with her?
On and off.
So, and then you went to see the chief and the deputy chief.
I did.
And you claimed they didn't tell you what this was about.
I had no idea what it was about. I got all kinds of letters.
You claimed, you are saying, under oath today, that they never told you what the issue was.
They never gave me the specifics.
What did they tell you?
I don't recall the exact conversation.
Well, what is it they didn't? I mean, what do you mean?
He
they
told me
didn't tell you
I'm on administrative leave and I can't come to the station without an escort, and I got a bunch of letters and accusations and charges laid out in front of me, and I had no idea what this was about.
Isn't it true they told you it was about the phone call you made where you suggested that you would disclose the identity of an informant?
I don't know that first meeting got to that point, no.
So when you left that meeting, you didn't know what the incident was?
I didn't know the entire, no, I didn't. Not that I recall, no.
And there was an issue as to whether you had made that call, correct? Like that. But as to whether or not you had told the person you called that you would discover the identity of the person that ratted out Mr. Johnson.
What's the question?
Isn't it true that you learned that the issue that they had was that there was an allegation by a woman who was in fear because she had heard you tell someone that you would find out the identity of the person who called? Remember that?
I believe I heard that she was concerned of that, yes.
And that she heard your call.
I would later learn that she was listening to the call that was on speakerphone, yes.
And she told the department that she was terrorized because she was afraid that you would disclose that phone number.
I don't know what she told the department, but I never told anybody I'm going to disclose any phone number or identities.
You recall being informed that this woman reported that she was in fear of her life because she heard you tell someone that you would find out the identity of the original caller and disclose.
Objection.
Basis
Ask an answer.
sustained.
You have reviewed the IA,
Which one?
the IA report on this incident?
I don't know. I don't know that I have.
Have you ever reviewed the IA report of this incident?
I don't know if I've seen it in its entirety. I don't know. Is there a copy of it?
What is it?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. It's in 40 tab 46. Yeah. No. It's in 46.
Yep.
46.
Tab 46.
I don't have that.
And Mr. Castro? Tab 46. IA 15-12-IA. Again. Again.
Like, is that what you want?
Yeah, I got this one first.
Yeah.
Page one?
As many page ones.
Page 4 of the overall.
First page of the narrative.
Yeah.
Yeah. First page of the narrative.
So looking at one of the many page ones, which begins on Thursday, December 17th at 1400 hours. See that?
Yes.
And this was a report written by Deputy Chief Mark Williams.
Yes.
He's referring to Lieutenant Burge telling him something.
You told me that Lieutenant Burge, he was advised of something by Lieutenant Burge.
Okay. And he talks about a complaint that Lieutenant Gordon had received, right?
We're on the second paragraph?
Awesome.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes, gotcha.
And Deputy Williams writes that Ms. Malott seemed terrified. Right?
All I can see is the word terrified.
Ms. Malott called back to the
Well, I
department.
see it now that your finger's gone.
Okay.
I see it now, yes.
She was terrified.
That's what she said. She
That-
seemed terrified.
that Sergeant Dodge was going to tell her friends that she'd been the one who reported Shane Johnson.
That she was going to tell her friends that she had been the one who reported where Shane Johnson was. She didn't tell me where Shane Johnson was. I guess that's what she said. Yes.
And then the report indicates that she says that after she called the tip line, Sergeant Dodge then called David Kalinowski directly and told him someone pretending to be Shane Johnson's wife had ratted him out to this police department.
That's what she says. Yes.
As Malott alleged that Sergeant Dodge told Kalinowski that he would find out the phone number of who called in the tip and let him know who it was.
Again, that's what she says.
You agree with me that this kind of allegation is very serious?
Not necessarily. No, I don't agree with you on that. No.
So this is something you could just blow up.
It's not something to look into. But it's not necessarily serious.
You don't believe that she was afraid?
I have no idea. I've still, to this day, never exchanged a word with this woman.
And the next paragraph talks about what they say you admitted.
That's what he wrote.
And he wrote that you admitted that you would try to find out the phone number and let him know, him being Kalinowski.
That's absolutely not true. That's what he wrote, but it's not true.
So Deputy Williams is lying in what he writes here, because that never happened.
Objection.
Sustained.
This is what-
Answer struck, the question struck from the record. Next question.
Deputy Williams' recounting of what you said to him about you were making the phone call and what you said.
Deputy Chief's only writing what Lieutenant Gordon told him. So no, I'm not calling Deputy Chief Williams a liar. I'm saying he's got his facts mistaken as they were relayed to him by Lieutenant Gordon.
And then you'll see in the second full paragraph in the bottom, they talked about an interview, the young woman, and that there was a meeting with the chief. Paragraph starts after the interview.
Yep. It says Deputy Chief met with the chief, yes.
And Deputy Chief Williams writes that he felt that the district attorney's office should be made aware.
He does write that, yes.
And then in the next paragraph he writes that Chief Haig agreed with Deputy Williams' recommendation.
Well, he writes Chief Haig agreed with my assessment, but yes.
And my assessment being that of Deputy Chief Williams.
Yes.
And on the next page, there's an indication that Chief Haig and Deputy Williams met with you.
Yes.
And you say they didn't tell you what exactly you were accused of.
That's correct. Just the allegation of charges. The list of charges is what they told me.
Nothing about phone calls, Kalinowski.
I think that first paragraph clarifies it.
That's what you say they told you.
That's what I'm saying, yes.
And it indicates, the one says on Wednesday, December 23rd, that Deputy Williams met with Detective McCarthy, Detective Sergeant McCarthy, who's acting on your behalf.
That's correct.
And in the bottom of the page, where he's describing the conversation with Shane Johnson, it says, in summary. See that? The very bottom, last line.
And so, okay, yeah.
Johnson said that Kalinowski told him that someone claiming to be his wife told the police that Shane had warrants for his arrest. Nothing was being done about it. And he was buying heroin while he was at work.
That's what he wrote, yeah.
Did you tell David Kalinowski that his wife, someone claiming to be his wife, had called and ratted out Johnson?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled. What I told Kalinowski was that he needed to get to court. I didn't say warrants, and I didn't say anything about drugs. I said he had business at court. Can you contact him and get him up there? Where they took it from there, I don't know.
Did you tell? That is the summary of what they say Johnson told.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Did you tell Kalinowski that someone claiming to be his wife had called him and ratted out Johnson?
Did I tell Kalinowski? Yes, it says that, yes.
Oh, I know it says, so you agree that you did do it?
I told Kalinowski, I think his wife called, yeah. And I was told his wife called to have him get to court.
This is Johnson. You're telling me you now agree that you told.
We've been over this several times.
The police that Shane had warrants for his arrest. Nothing was being done about it. And he was buying heroin while he was at work. You agree you said that?
Objection.
No, I just told you I didn't say that.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I said who the caller was to Dave Kalinowski. I never talked about drugs or a warrant with Dave Kalinowski. Shane Johnson wasn't on the phone on any of those calls.
You felt it was appropriate to tell Kalinowski that Johnson's wife had called the police?
Dave Kalinowski was a family person. yes. As the appeal tells you, it was a mistake in judgment. In hindsight, yes, I shouldn't have said who the caller was, or at least purported to be. But I did when I talked to him.
Okay, then we go down on the page, the bottom, one that begins at 1,400 hours.
Got it?
And this indicates that Deputy Williams met with Marie Johnson, the wife of David.
Yeah, it looks like he met Marie at her residence at 14:15 hours, 2:15 p.m.
All right, time to take our lunch break, ladies and gentlemen, with the ongoing instruction not to discuss the case with anyone, nor to do any investigation or research, look at any media reports. I'll see you at 2 o'clock. I'll have a revised trial estimate for you at that time. Thank you all.
Right, jury exiting.
You can step down, Lieutenant Dodge. Okay, let's talk about our revised schedule since we are woefully off track here. So we're going from 2 until 3:40 sharp today. Since I have 3 other hearings that will be commencing at that point, that is to say 3:45. And it seems to me that Lieutenant Dodge will probably go at least until 3 o'clock between cross and redirect, that sort of thing, maybe longer. Who is after Lieutenant Dodge?
Your Honor, the plaintiff's case is over after Lieutenant Dodge.
Okay, is that correct for you as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then you'll rest. Okay, then maybe we'll have motions for a directed verdict, or that'll take us to the end of the day. Okay, so then tomorrow, then who will you be calling?
Former Deputy Williams and the chief.
Okay, no one's calling McCarthy then, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, and so the way this is going, that'll take all day. I think it's fair to say, probably up to 4 o'clock. Very well. And then we have one.
Just on Deputy Williams, he's not listed on the final joint trial memo as a defendant witness.
Are you objecting?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're objecting for the same reason, Your Honor.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
It's item 73, Your Honor.
All right, one moment, please. Final joint trial memorandum. Defendant's witness list. Okay, so Deputy Chief Williams is not listed. You said item 73.
That's what we had it listed as, Your Honor, as a documentary.
Oh, the pleading number. Okay. Okay. Very well. One moment, please. There was also filed this unusual document that was number 65, joint pretrial conference memorandum that was filed on April 5. That was just the same joint pretrial that had been filed much earlier on in the case. Does that have a list of witnesses? Here we go. page 9 of that, defendant reserves the right to call all parties in this case and any all witnesses. And let's see if Deputy Chief, is it Mark Williams? Is that the name?
Yes, sure.
Is listed there. Is he, since you probably know your case better than I do?
We left them off inadvertently. They've been listed in previous pretrial memos.
Well, I'm looking at the one that was just filed
Yes,
on
he's
April
not
5.
He's not on there.
And he's not on there. And that's the one that defendants filed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's not listed under the plaintiffs on either of these two. Okay. So there's an objection to your calling him as a witness. Your response, please.
Calling him as a rebuttal witness.
I can't hear you.
I'm calling him as a rebuttal witness.
Okay, rebuttal to what?
Rebuttal to the lieutenant's testimony as to what they discussed at that meeting.
Okay, which meeting?
The meeting where they told him he was put on leave.
Okay.
Which we were just testifying about.
So, rebuttal witness strictly limited to Lieutenant Dodge's meeting with Deputy Chief Williams on or about what date?
That would be Saturday, December 19th, if we're going out to.
December 19, 2015. And that's it. And that's it.
If there's anything else that I will raise it before it's called.
No, we're going to discuss it now because I'm giving this jury a schedule, okay? You haven't listed him. I'll permit you to call him as a rebuttal witness, but I'm not going to permit you to call him for anything other than rebuttal purposes, okay? So what other rebuttal purposes can you really identify right now? Mindful that we're not done with Lieutenant Dodge's testimonies. There may be other reasons I respect that you might want to call him. But what other reasons can you identify right now?
I have to go back to my notes. It's about this investigation of that meeting.
Okay.
To the extent there's any conversations he talks about.
I still think you're going all day Tuesday, just looking at the way you all have conducted this trial. Okay. So it seems to me that's probably fair enough. And then Wednesday, when are you going to be available?
I believe we can do it in an hour.
No. My question to you was, when are you going to be available on Wednesday? You said that.
When I say we do it, I mean the MCLE.
My question is when? What time?
I would say 10 o'clock.
What time are you beginning it?
9.
Are you certain of that?
Yes.
I thought that you were going on at 9:30.
I believe the email said that it starts at 9, and I'm hopeful they can be done by 9:30, but I think he's planning on maybe going a little after that.
I'll
All
double
right.
check the
So 10,
schedule.
so
My
you-
understanding is that the people running this thing to
So
accommodate.
you'll be here around 10:30 or 11.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
That was my understanding is that
Okay.
you would be here at 11. And I thought
I'll be here a little earlier.
That's-
I'm looking at your schedule. I'll be here before you'll be here. I've got a sentencing to take care of that morning at 9 a.m. That will only take about an hour. All right. So then Wednesday, we're going to start sometime at around 11. And we need to do our charge conference at some point. Okay. That's going to take a long time knowing what I'm looking at here. Okay. And then at closing arguments, my sense, to be realistic, is that we're probably going to have them start deliberating on Monday, May 2nd. Okay. Just looking at the way this case has been conducted. Okay. So I think that's a fair enough estimate. I'm not going to give these jurors another wildly inaccurate estimate as to how long this is going to take. So I think that's fair enough, okay, that deliberations would begin on Monday, May 2nd. And we'll see where it goes, okay? If any of these jurors has a reason to say why, no, they can't go an extra 2 weeks, I'm all ears. And if there's a mistrial, then I will seriously consider it, and I'll reschedule this case. And this case won't be rescheduled until our next available date, which will be April of next year, okay? Happily, though, I'll be around to try this case at that point in time. So, with having said all of that, I'll look forward to seeing you all at 2 o'clock, right? Thank you.
Your Honor, as my people say about those things, God will.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Buchanan Superior Court is now in session. May you be seated.
Again, we're back on the record in civil action 1780 CV033, Patrick Buchanan et al. Versus the City of Greenfield et al.
All right, let me share with counsel the way I see this going in terms of scheduling. Lieutenant Dodge, perhaps to 3 o'clock today, thereabouts. Thereafter, I understand the plaintiffs are going to rest, okay? Hearing our motion for directed verdict, that should probably take us right to 3:40 when I need to commence 3 other hearings by Zoom, okay? Tomorrow, I've got Mr. Williams on rebuttal, and the chief, I don't know for how long. I'll err on the side of caution and say that goes to about noontime for the two of them. Perhaps not, perhaps longer. Thereafter, I would anticipate the defense will rest. There'll be hearing on renewed motion for directed verdict. And thereafter, presuming that we're moving forward, we'll do our charge conference, okay, which I think will start around noon and then go to 1. Then we'll break for lunch and then continue for another half hour. So 1 to 2:30 or so. About an hour and a half for the charge conference. Thereafter, I need to go back and make revisions to my draft jury charge. Not to be outdone, we still have the special verdict questions, and the two of you are, without surprise, galaxies apart on how those should be handled. So those need to be addressed, and that's going to take me from at least 2:30 into the late afternoon hours. So, and that needs to be done before you do your closing arguments. Okay. So Wednesday morning we start at 11, and each of you will have 45 minutes per side. Okay, you could break it up, the two of you, however you wish, for your closing arguments. So closing arguments will probably take us to somewhere around 1 o'clock or so. That then brings us to 2 o'clock on Wednesday. Jury charge, at least the draft I have, is about 36 double-spaced pages. Now, that may grow, it may foreshorten, I don't know. It's going to take about an hour and 20 minutes, okay? So that'll take us from about 2 to 3:20, at which point I would then be saying to the jurors, okay, you can start your deliberations for 45 minutes, which I prefer not to do. The option, which is why I surmised for you that we would be sending this to the jury on Monday morning, which I think is more meaningful and which I think most of you would agree, is that I charge the jury on Monday morning so that when they arrive, they will be fresh into their deliberations having heard my charge. That's how I came up with that guesstimate, okay? So that's what, I'm not going to give them all the details, obviously, but I'm going to tell them that I anticipate that we will wrap up with them today at 3, and that's because I need to continue with you thereafter, and that tomorrow I anticipate we'll wrap up around noontime, at which point I need to meet with you all, and then I need to do my own work. So we'll wrap up tomorrow at noon with the jury, and then on Wednesday we'll start at 11, and either we'll wrap up around 1, or I may charge them in the afternoon. I'm going to have to wait and see where we are tomorrow, but realistically that will start our they'll start their deliberations on Monday, perhaps to be preceded by their jury charge. So that's what I'm coming up with, okay? Very well. Having said all that, let's bring in the jury. Harry.
Jury entry. Buchanan Superior Court is now back in session. Please be seated.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great lunch. Has anything come to your attention which has affected your ability to remain fair, to remain impartial? Hearing and seeing no affirmative responses, I told you that I would give you a revised estimate after consulting with counsel as to our trial schedule. This is what I have come up with based upon what counsel has told me, mindful that I am simply reliant upon what counsel is telling me. If it takes longer than as it has in this particular instance, then I apologize, but the best I can give you right now is an estimate. I think this is a pretty accurate estimate, though. So I believe that we will wrap up with the plaintiff's presentation of evidence at approximately 3 o'clock today. Okay? And I believe that the plaintiffs will rest at that point in time. Now, if we don't stick to this schedule, then don't hold it against anybody, okay? Thereafter, there are legal matters that I must discuss with counsel. Those are going to take at least 45 minutes. That will take us up to around 3:45 when I dive into other hearings on other cases. So I anticipate that I would discharge you today at some time, hopefully around 3. Again, don't hold me to it, please, okay? Tomorrow, I anticipate that the defendants will put on certain evidence, and my estimate is that we will go with evidence to sometime around noon, thereabouts, okay? Could be less, could be more, but that's, I think, a good faith estimate. Thereafter, then, the defense will rest. After that, I need to conduct what's called a charge conference. It's a hearing that is conducted outside of your presence for me to talk to the lawyers about what they believe I should charge you as to the law on this case. That's a very important part of the trial, okay? It doesn't just govern or direct or shape my jury charge to you, but it also shapes their closing arguments, okay? Those charge conferences are complex legal matters, and they take time. I anticipate that the charge conference will start approximately noon tomorrow. We'll go to 1, then we break for lunch from 1 to 2, and we'll continue on to about 2 or 3 o'clock, okay? After that, I then need to go back to my lobby over there, where I do everything, including all the typing, and make revisions and finalize my jury charge to you. That is a document that is 35 to 40 pages double space, okay? Which means that because these are meetings that I have just with the lawyers, that I would be done with you sometime around noon tomorrow. Now, I respect and fully appreciate your willingness to go to 4 tomorrow, but there's nothing for you to do here in the courtroom during that time period, and the law requires I have these hearings outside of your presence. So, for today, I believe we'll go to approximately 3 with you. Tomorrow, to approximately noon with you. Mindful that counsel and I will be here, okay, until the courthouse closes on each of those days. And then on Wednesday, we have a late start due to some scheduling issues. So we're starting at 11 on Wednesday, okay? And we'll go at that time period. I think you'll be hearing closing arguments from the lawyers. That should run roughly anywhere from 90 to 120 minutes, okay? So that will take us from about 11 to 1, okay?
Then we break for lunch from 1 to 2, okay? Then it's time for me to give you your jury instructions. These jury instructions will take me approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes to read to you, because that's what I'll be doing. The good news is that you will have copies of my jury instructions when you retire for your deliberations, so you won't be permitted to take notes, but you'll have them right there for your ready reference. But they take about 1 hour and 20 minutes. Now, I may or may not charge you on Wednesday afternoon, because oftentimes I prefer to have juries hear the jury charge right before they start their deliberation. And if I charge you on Wednesday, you only have about 45 minutes to deliberate, and then we won't see you again until Monday, May 2nd. So you will either commence your deliberations on Wednesday afternoon for a short period of time, or you will commence them on Monday, May 2nd. And your deliberations will continue until you have reached your verdict. And on the days that you deliberate, we respectfully ask that you be here at least until 4:15. So that is the schedule. Now, I respect that when we impaneled this case, counsel advised and I instructed you that this case was anticipated to go to you for your deliberations last Friday, okay? And we are off track, okay? I respect that you have personal lives and you have your own schedules. And as I've advised you in the past, I'll repeat to you now. If anyone needs to speak to me regarding this schedule, I will hear from you, and I will do so alongside with counsel, okay? So, having said all that, I want to thank you for listening. We're going to now bring Lieutenant Dodge back up. Attorney Keston, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Your Honor, we have audio of 5 telephone calls.
Okay. Have they been introduced into evidence yet?
Which is now on a thumb drive, and I'm offering them, I believe, without objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Is there anything else on the thumb drive?
What the SAM disk is.
There's something about the sand disk, but there's nothing of substance.
Is there anything whatsoever? Because it'll go to the jury, and they will be opening it. If there's anything other than those phone calls, I need to know. If it's formatting, that's fine.
It's formatting.
Just,
no, there's nothing of substance.
Okay, very well. No objection? Okay, that'll be entered into evidence as Exhibit 17. Just a brief moment. Sidebar with counsel, please.
Okay. This is fine, but you're going to need to provide a scrubbed laptop for them to play this during the course of their deliberations. Now, a scrubbed laptop is not something we often see in civil cases. We see them in criminal cases because they're accustomed to having to deal with electronic evidence. Okay, but we can't give them a laptop that has anything other than this. So, do you have that capability?
How do you normally give audio to the jury in this courthouse?
Meaning how are we going to play it?
In other cases, we have audio.
As an exhibit?
Is it a CD player?
CD.
What do you use?
It makes no difference if it's a CD player or if it's a thumb drive, but my point is that we generally do it on a scrubbed laptop.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
That's the norm.
So
how about if we transfer these before it goes to the jury to a CD, and then they can just use a CD player?
Do you have one? We don't.
I'll get you one. But that's not a problem. It's much
as long
easier.
as you bring in the scientific ability to, technical capabilities, as to say, for them to replay it, then that's fine.
Yes.
Okay? Any objection to that?
Nope. No.
Okay. You can play this now, and then you'll have to
Yes.
take care of doing that. Okay.
That will be the easiest way to do it.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, just as with any other exhibit, you will have
this recording either in a thumb drive form or possibly a DVD or a CD to replay during the course of your deliberations, okay?
The Exhibit 17 is the court has said.
Thank you.
I apologize, I just need to tie my shoelace.
And counsel, you don't need this back to play it right now.
No, we can play it off the computer.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have a question that you wish to pose to Lieutenant Judge before playing Exhibit 17?
Lieutenant Judge, you're aware, are you not, that the investigation regarding your communications with Mr. Kalinowski and Mr. Johnson was triggered by a telephone call from a female?
Yes.
Mr. Keston, could you please play the first call?
April dispatch line supported.
Hi, who am I speaking to?
Speaking with the dispatcher, what can I do for you?
I just wanted to know your name.
Okay, dispatcher Wakata.
Okay. Listen, I am the one that has been calling about Shane Johnson, okay?
Yeah.
I hit a different number this morning. I hit like number 3 or something, 3 or 4, a tip or something. And there's an officer there that's really good friends with Shane and his wife Marie. I went upstairs and Marie was talking to this officer and he told her everything that was said, told her exactly what time I called and that he was going to look up the number and call her back with the phone number of the person who called. His name, I shouldn't have did this because I'm scared to death now. His name is Officer Dodge. And I know he's a nice guy and everything, but he told Marie, I was sitting right there, he said, don't worry, I'm going to get the number for you and I'll call you back. He told her what time I called and everything that I said to him on the phone. I didn't know I was talking to him at the time. I'm scared now. I don't know that.
You're talking to someone who's at the bottom of the food chain as far as this sort of thing is concerned. Let me put you into somebody who has more authority around.
Please not him.
Hang on one moment.
Okay.
We'll keep trying to phone call. This is number
April
2.
dispatch line supported.
Hi, I'm the one you just spoke to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I lost your call. Hang on just one second.
Well, wait, no, it went to voicemail, and I don't have time to leave a voicemail. Wait, let me call it back.
Lieutenant Gordon's in the building, so let me track it down for you.
Okay.
Dispatch.
Yes, sir.
I have a woman on the phone who has some sort of issue with her Dodge. I was the wrong person to talk to about it.
Can you just take down the phone number and a name?
She's pretty upset. She didn't want to even leave you a voicemail because I can't transfer to her.
All right, hold on a minute. Let me get to my phone.
All right. Sergeant Dodge, come to dispatch, please. Great, the dispatch post recorded.
Hi, listen, I called this morning and talked to you guys about Shane Johnson. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know who Shane Johnson is, and I know he's got 5.
Okay, but listen. They're trying to call it. This is like life and death. You guys don't tell him who called, right?
Right.
Okay, he's trying to call there and get the number of the person who called. You guys don't give him the number, do you?
No.
Please don't. It's life and death for me, please.
No, we don't give out that information.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
I guess your boss Dave Kalinowski's trying to call and get the phone number of the person who called.
Okay, well, they haven't called here yet, but we don't give out that information.
Okay, can you please let anybody know there, because I suppose he's got friends with you guys that he can find out.
Yeah, no, we won't be telling him who called.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Who is that talking, Lieutenant?
I don't know. The dispatcher?
The male.
That last person was Mark Lavin, dispatcher Mark Lavin.
Okay. Have you ever heard these recordings before?
Never.
In the first recording, the female indicates that she heard you say that you would get the phone number of the person that called and give it to David Kalinowski.
Yeah, she's wrong. She's wrong. I never said that.
Do you agree that it was important for the police department to investigate these allegations now that you've heard the phone call?
They should investigate any allegations.
And this was a particularly serious one, wasn't it?
Based on what I just heard, I don't know. No.
Did you hear the fear in her voice?
She was upset, yes.
Did you hear the fear in her voice?
We're a police department. That happens.
Did you hear the fear in her voice?
Yes.
Or no? Yes?
Yep,
And she told the dispatch that this was a matter of life and death.
she did.
And Lieutenant, well then Deputy Chief Mark Williams conducted the investigation, correct?
I believe so.
And that's him sitting back there now in uniform?
That's him.
And you're aware, what's his position now?
He's a chief.
Where?
East Long Meadow?
Now, let's go to page 8. You have the IA in front of you?
What tab was it?
15-12-IA.
I believe it's tab 46.
Yes.
This page.
Page 8 of the narrative.
Yep, got it.
Did you tell the chief and the deputy chief that this incident is so insignificant to you? Third paragraph.
Yes.
Did you tell Deputy Williams that these people put themselves in danger by the lifestyles they live and who they choose to associate themselves with?
Yes.
So you were conveying to them that it was your belief that if this woman was killed by Mr. Johnson, it's her own problem.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is that what were you trying to convey to the chief when you said they put themselves in danger and it's their problem?
That I didn't put them in danger. That they put themselves in danger. I fought for 23 years, 24 years to keep people out of danger, and I'll continue to do so.
And did you also blame Shane Johnson? If he didn't have warrants out on him, none of this would have happened. Did you say that?
I don't know. Where would that be?
Right after these people put themselves in danger.
Yes, I did say that.
So you knew he had multiple warrants, didn't you?
That day, yeah. I still don't know about multiple. I know he had a warrant.
The next paragraph, you indicated that you saw Shane Johnson a month ago when I pulled him over. He didn't have a license and cut him a break.
That's right.
So you didn't arrest him.
Correct.
Are you saying you checked him for warrants and he had none?
I'm certain of it. That's standard protocol.
So these warrants that he got, you're saying happened in the next month?
Yes.
Let's go to page 10, please. Page 10. You there?
Yeah.
I know it's up there. I'm going to start reading the paragraph that says, after reviewing. You tell me if I make a mistake.
Gotcha.
After reviewing all of the information made available to me during this investigation, I have come to the following conclusions about what happened and what violations did and did not occur. The principal issue in this case is the fact that Sergeant Dodge disclosed the presumed identity of a person who was reporting to the police that Shane Johnson had warrants for his arrest. Sergeant Dodge admitted to doing this, and the evidence clearly supports that he did so. I do not believe that Sergeant Dodge did it with malicious intent, nor do I think it was necessarily a premeditated act. I believe that as a result of his familiarity with David Kalinowski and the prior casual familial and business relationship that existed, Sergeant Dodge recklessly and negligently told Kalinowski that Johnson's wife was calling. I believe that Sergeant Dodge did this without consideration of the potential danger of his putting Marie Johnson in and the actual caller. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
You completely disagreed with the deputy, right? You didn't think you did anything wrong.
Right.
You said, did you say, as it says in the final paragraph, Sergeant Dodge stated in the second interview that we need to use criminals to catch criminals?
Yes.
So is it your practice as a lieutenant in the Greenfield Police to send criminals to try to find other criminals?
It's used by every police department in the world, I would suspect. That's how we infiltrate people's locations and intelligence, etc. Yes, we use criminals to find criminals. Every day.
Isn't it true that you use informants to tell you who the criminals are?
And criminals, yes.
Informants who may be guilty.
Semantics, sure.
Correct. Are you telling me that you send these people to find and arrest other criminals?
Criminals can't arrest anybody. No, I don't send anybody to I arrest people when there's reason to do so.
So you're using Kalinowski as an informant?
No, I asked him to have his employee go to court.
You agree that if you told Kalinowski the identity of the person that ratted Johnson out, that would put that person in danger?
Yeah, that's why I didn't do that.
Well, you couldn't. You tried.
I didn't know who it was.
You tried to find out, didn't you?
No.
You didn't go to dispatch and ask
I asked them the chances of getting that info.
Just a moment. Wait till the question has been fully phrased. Please repeat your question.
Isn't it true that after you told this woman you're going to find out who made the call, you went to dispatch to see if you could do so?
I asked dispatch what the chances of finding out who called were, and they said slim to none. That's it.
So you tried.
I guess you could construe it as that. I didn't ask who it was. I asked if we could do that, and they said no.
And if they said yes, you would have done it?
I don't know. I didn't do that, so I don't know what would have happened. No, I can't
Just a rhetorical
make
question.
assumptions as to what would have happened
Please
next.
pose another question.
On page 10, Deputy Williams writes, the actions taken by Sergeant Dodge in this case put certain avenues of information flow at risk. That is, should this department gain a reputation of one that burns its informants, we will most certainly suffer in our ability to use them. This, in turn, potentially puts other officers at risk and the members of our community. If we cannot effectively, reliably, or legally gain information, we need to apprehend dangerous criminals. Read that correctly?
I don't know where you were.
At the bottom of page 10, sir.
Okay.
And read that last paragraph yourself and tell me if you perceive any mistake by that.
It sounds like what you read. Yeah.
Had to go to page 11. At the very bottom, then Deputy Chief Williams lists his conclusions, he says, right?
He says that I have come to the following conclusion.
And the next page, please, page 12. He sustained the allegation of conduct unbecoming an officer, right?
Yes.
And you see about 9 lines from the bottom. He says, Furthermore, in subsequent interviews with Sergeant Dodge, I believe that he was less than truthful about the nature of what he told Kalinowski in that phone call. When challenged with the fact that he did place the real caller in life or death fear for her safety, his response in both interviews was to blame those people and the lifestyle they chose to live as putting themselves in danger. Sergeant Dodge in no way appeared to be accepting of the results of what he did, nor did he express any regret or remorse. Instead, besides blaming the citizens involved for putting themselves in that situation, he also blamed the supervisors in the department for making this, in his words, insignificant event into such a big deal by having the district attorney's office look into it and by keeping him on paid administrative leave for the duration. Did I read that right?
Absolutely.
Then he found you, he sustained the neglect of duty charge, right?
Yes.
And you sustained dissemination of official information, right?
Yes.
And then, on page 13, Deputy Williams writes about the mitigating factors and about your service to the department.
I'm not sure. Where are you looking?
As the chief considers. On page
Okay.
18. See?
Yep.
You can read it. Are you reading that paragraph yourself?
Yeah. Would you like me to read it?
No, for yourself. I'll
Okay.
talk to somebody who's done it if you want to. I'm
Okay.
just gonna- Got it?
Yeah.
And then he writes, despite this incident, I am hopeful that Sergeant Dodge will appropriately react and deal with whatever decision is made by the chief and others. Should Sergeant Dodge accept responsibility for his actions and hold himself accountable for those actions, I see no reason why he cannot continue to excel in his performance here. And hopefully, use this experience in this incident as a learning mechanism for himself and the officers under his command. Sergeant Dodge is a very influential person in this department, and he is a natural leader. I trust and hope that he will ultimately turn this experience into a character-defining and positive moment in his career. That's what he wrote, right?
Yes.
And you read it, right?
Now?
Then.
No.
You never read this?
No. I've said that. Oh, I've never seen this.
But isn't it true, Sergeant Lieutenant Dodge, that rather than turning this to a learning experience, you continue to deny any responsibility or that you did anything wrong?
I think I said earlier that, in retrospect, saying it was the wife wasn't a good idea. I think I did say that.
Have you used this as a learning experience?
Everything's a learning experience every day.
Now, there was a promotional process to put people into the sergeant's position in 2020, right?
I'm not sure of the dates.
It's exhibit P, and we gotta go sidebar.
Oh. This is P for ID, I'm just interjecting. P, it's the not. He did.
He's already allowed it in.
Okay, Ronna, we're, P for ID is, contested P for ID should now be marked, I believe without objection, I'm offering it as.
I don't have the P for ID.
Oh,
Can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
yes, sir.
Yeah, and then, okay, right. And then, okay, so I've got up to C for ID.
Now, by the way, not to lose a thread, exhibit number 13, has that been redacted yet?
Yes.
Okay, so that's all taken care of. Okay, so what are you seeking to introduce?
These are, I recall, the first day of the trial. You overruled the
Right.
objection to these notes. I guess this haven't been marked yet.
Your Honor, we brought a motion to eliminate, which you denied, to keep those up.
Right, okay, and you're seeking to introduce this? Okay, and you're objecting?
No, Your Honor. But,
Oh, okay, very well. So then why don't you lay a foundation and move to introduce them into evidence and we'll mark them accordingly.
Let's proceed.
Lieutenant, do you remember that in the fall, November, December of 2020, there was a promotional process conducted to see if you could promote some folks to sergeant?
I believe we did both the sergeant and lieutenant processes in 2020.
And by then, the city, the now city of Springfield had voted to...
Greenfield.
Did I say Springfield?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Greenfield, that the now city of Greenfield had voted to bring the police department out of civil service.
That's correct.
And that's something you supported.
Absolutely.
And the union supported.
I believe so. Actually, yeah, they did, ultimately by popular vote, yeah.
So there was a process instituted then for sergeant. Do you recall what the process was?
I didn't go through it. I did help draft it, I believe. I think it started out with, yes, I do. Yes.
And do you recall, what was the process? How was the promotion to sergeant handled?
So similar to the civil service, whereas you'd take a test and it'd create your candidate list, your valid candidate list, we did what's the name of it? It's basically your education and experience sheet that took into account years on the job, years in any supervisory role. I believe the time on could include time on with other departments on a full-time basis, et cetera. So they took a list of different criteria, and that essentially created an order of qualified candidates who could then go forward through the promotional process.
And you recall that as part of that process, Chief Hay met with you and other supervisors to get your input and their input into the various candidates.
I know he met with me, yes.
And have you seen the notes that we made of this conversation with you?
I believe you showed me some at a deposition.
He needs to identify the documents first. Why don't you show him the documents and see if he can identify them, please?
You recognize this document?
Yeah, I believe that's what you had showed me in the past.
And that's your initials up there?
Yes.
PD. And this one is JH. Who's JH?
I'm going to guess Jason Haskins.
Who's DM?
I'll guess Dan McCarthy.
And who's...
And I'll guess David Rice.
I offered it.
Any objection? Okay, exhibit 18.
And I'm sorry, just,
How many pages is that?
and what are they actually called?
Chief's notes.
Thank you. Exhibit 18, Chief's notes.
Are those in any book?
You took them.
Let's look at it. Let's look at them.
Yeah.
Appears to be, it says, November 13, 2020, 5:45 a.m. by Police Deputy Chief Mark Williams.
Yes.
Sergeant candidates. and then we have the name Todd Clark, there's a dash, and those notes, he recognizes that the notes that the chief says he made about his conversation with you about Todd Clark.
I don't know whose notes they are, but I'll take your word for it.
And it says, did you tell the chief as to Todd Clark's candidacy that you were not overly impressed with lack of ambition?
Is that what that says? I don't know what that is. Looks like Aloysians.
Okay.
I don't know what that is.
Do you remember telling
Could be emotions. I don't know.
You're not overly impressed with something that Todd Clark did?
Yeah, I'm not impressed with Todd Clark.
Okay, then Chris Green. Did you tell the chief only about Chris Green, only if he is senior on list, can do the job?
Yeah, so because Chris Green said to me that he's only going to accept if he's the top of the list, so I just passed it on, yes.
Laura Gordon. Did you tell the chief that she has the capacity to do it, history against her, does good work? What's that say, motive?
Yeah.
What did you mean when you said history is against her?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the chief that history was against her?
It looks like it.
What did you mean?
People don't tend to like Laura Gordon, and they've made that clear over the years.
People as in other officers?
Absolutely.
Okay. Chris Rowell. Can you read what the chief wrote you told him about Chris Rowell?
Not overly impressive, money motivations, working too much, lack of assertiveness, great teammate, not a team leader.
Now, Patrick Buchanan, at this point, it was, you contend, that you had believed that Patrick Buchanan had been deprived of being a sergeant because of his race for years now, right?
Yes.
What did you tell the chief about promoting Patrick Buchanan?
On this round?
Yes, sir.
That he basically, well, let me read it.
Please.
Controversy, time, knowledge, a lot of bumps in the road. Groups are not taking to him any time we try. I guess that goes down to Chad Sumner then. Yeah.
Groups are not taking to him any time you try. I take it you meant that the people he supervised complained about him any time he was promoted.
These are his notes.
Okay, let's do this. Is there an extra copy of those notes so that counsel can return to his position without blocking the juror's view of Lieutenant Dodge? So if indeed that is the case, then we'll proceed in that manner.
What?
Did you tell the chief that in the past groups had not taken to him?
I did, yes.
Was that similar to Laura Gordon?
I don't know. I don't know that I'd compare the two. They're different situations.
But as to Laura Gordon, as to Laura Gordon, you just told us that you thought that people didn't like her.
Correct.
And with Pat Buchanan, when you say groups are not taking to him anytime we try, you're referring to the complaints you were aware of that his people he supervised had consistently made against him.
Yeah. Yes.
Chad Sumner. Would you please read the chief's notes about what you said about Chad Sumner?
Motive, question mark? I don't know how to social feel. I don't think Chad real wants to be an officer. I don't.
Include here?
Too strong and personality will break people down. Morale will go down. Would be something.
Cody Gilboa?
Selfish. Comes and goes as he pleases. Entitlement. Sick out list guy.
Too new?
Too new. Not a leader.
Oh, by the way, see up there where it's attached, I suggested they included, we said something with Pat.
You're seeing exactly what I see. Something with Pat.
I take Pat Buchanan was the only person on this list that with the name Pat.
Yep.
Emily Rowell.
Super smart, tough FDO in a good way. Don't know if she's back. Does things to the fullest.
And Justin Puritan.
Right temperament, company guy, family guy. Burst of assertiveness.
Picture perfect candidate.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So the 10 candidates, the only one that you basically recommended is Puritan.
And Emily.
And
Them actually were my two recommendations, yes.
And they were both white.
Yes.
You did not recommend Pat Buchanan.
Not that round, I did not.
And you were aware at this point, were you not, that Pat Buchanan had basically stopped doing his job when he was on duty?
I was very aware Pat was in a very bad place, yes.
Were you aware, sir, that Pat Buchanan had for years now stopped doing anything when he was on the road?
I wouldn't say anything. We have to respond to calls. So no, I'm not aware of that.
Only if you had to respond to calls, he wasn't?
I never checked his productivity levels.
And you were aware, were you not, that he had told folks that he was going to retire in the fall of 2021?
I've never heard that until this trial.
Now, you put into evidence, your counsel put into evidence, treatment records from Ms. Yolich.
Yes.
And it begins in 2016.
I don't recall what the record showed.
What exhibit are you referring to?
15-year-old. Am I correct that the treatment you've given the jury begins in 2016?
Yes, to January 11th?
Yeah. You have been seeing Ms. Yolich and Mr. Yolich for years, haven't you?
It's not Andy, no. I saw her husband David for marriage counseling probably in 2009, 2010.
And as a result of your treatment, had you received any prescriptions for psychotropic medications before the investigation of 2015?
Yeah, I've said that, yes. I was on anxiety medications for a long time.
And none of that is in those records, is it?
They wouldn't be in there with Annie. She's a clinician, not a medical person.
Let me show you Exhibit 16.
No.
And those are records from where?
Oh, they can't send it up.
Bay State Health.
How many pages are there?
5 total. The records are 4 pages, just with a cover sheet.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what's the first date on that?
January 18th, 2016.
Is there some reason that you decided not to show the jury your prior records?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sidebar.
All right, so this is an issue that we began some discussion on the other day because, as I recall, the cover appears at 65 or some odd pages, and I indicated that to the extent they were introduced into evidence or not, I would certainly entertain that coming in. So are all the medical records already introduced into evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Was this the subject of a motion in limine?
They said they wouldn't agree to any of them. I submitted a 5-page snippet the other day in my case, and we clarified that there was more.
All right, so...
Judge, can I just be heard?
Yeah.
That's completely untrue. We offered into evidence prior to trial. We want to agree on his medical record in this place. We have how many 100 and something pages? Mr. McDonough then showed me 67 pages. And I said, wait a minute. This isn't all of them. Can we find some way to put them all in? There's no way I ever said that I can. We all agreed that.
You know, I'm not going to get into what the two of you said because you won't agree what time of day it is, so I'm not going to go there, okay? My only concern is on the introduction of the balance of those records into evidence right now. Do you have those records with you?
We have, Mr. McDonough had provided us with 67 pages that we intended to offer that were redacted.
You intended to what?
That he intended to offer and that were redacted, and then he subsequently decided he didn't want to.
Do you have those?
Yes.
Have they been redacted?
By him, yes.
Okay. And you're objecting to the introduction of those pages?
There's dog bites from 1997. There's totally irrelevant medical. There's just they serve no purpose.
Typically, this is the sort of thing that is the subject matter of motion in limine, and so you need to specify exactly what it is. I guess you're the one seeking to introduce it. That is relevant about these records. So,
Your Honor, we have an agreement with him that those records are coming in.
No, we did not.
Once again,
Honor,
I'm not getting.
if I may.
Just a brief moment. I'm not getting into communications with counsel. It's clear to me. None of the lawyers in this case agree with anything any of the lawyers say. So whether or not there's an agreement makes no difference to me. My only question is the admissibility of these records. Okay, let me see the records. This may be a good time to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so, Attorney Keston, in particular, what pages of this document are you intending to inquire as to?
Inquire as to?
Yeah.
I'd have to look at my notes. But, Your Honor, these are certified records. If they wanted to redact something in the past, it should have been done a long time ago, not now.
Well, they were certified in the file of the court pursuant to 79G. Is that correct?
Yes,
That's
sir.
correct.
Okay, so you're the one who did so.
Right.
Okay. And now you want to introduce them based on his certification. Attorney McDonough's certification.
I'll introduce them based on Attorney McDonough's agreement and the certification.
There is no agreement. It's clear to me.
They'd be in the binders if they were agreed. And these records of
I'm sorry, what?
They would have been in the binders if they were agreed.
Once again, there is no agreement. There's no
Right.
agreement on anything in this case.
So-
Okay? So let me see the records. Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this will take a moment, please.
I know we didn't.
Wait, no, he's still on.
No, you could turn it off.
States members to object to 6B for decision coming from Buchanan.
I know.
But he redacted it already.
I know.
What? We should come to that.
He doesn't seem to care. What's the date on that email?
418.
Okay.
Okay, sidebar.
G doesn't expressly address the issue as to what happens when one attorney certifies records, as have been done by, I believe, Attorney McDonough in this instance. But opposing counsel then seeks to introduce those records. Okay. I see nothing that precludes us from doing so. You may introduce them. Okay.
You need to say something.
I offer.
There you go.
Sorry,
67 pages.
I offer 67 pages, certification signed on June 2nd, 2020, June 2nd, 2021.
All right.
Medical records of Mr. Guy from Bay State Health.
Okay, plaintiff's objections noted, overruled. That'll be Exhibit 19.
Why did you only offer 4 pages?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I had nothing to do with the selection of those documents.
Prior to the beginning of this trial, was Mr. Lyon your attorney?
Yes.
He was also Mr. Buchanan's attorney?
Yes.
When did Mr. McDonough run?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Lieutenant Dodge, being a police officer is a stressful job, is it not?
Yes,
And you've been through some other stress. You've had a divorce,
I did.
and you were living in a trailer for a while.
Yes.
All stressful.
That part wasn't. It was actually relaxing, but
The trailer?
yeah, not ideal, but it was pretty relaxing.
Okay. So you have been seeking help for anxiety for years before any of the events related to this lawsuit, right?
That's correct.
And you were prescribed Celexa at various points?
I've been through various.
Before any of the events related to this lawsuit, right?
Yes.
In fact, you went through in December of 14, your mother was very ill,
Yes.
and you had tremendous anxiety over that.
Yeah. Yes. Didn't feel good.
You had nausea, tried Wellbutrin, right?
Yeah, it didn't work.
Your anxiety got so bad that you had trouble with your balance.
I don't know if that had anything to do with anxiety. No.
You were concerned about, in December of 14, you were concerned about STDs.
No.
No?
I wasn't, no, definitely not.
Do you recall telling the doctor that you've been having intercourse with 2 women and you noticed a redness on your penis and were concerned about STDs?
Maybe.
Overruled.
Maybe?
It could have happened. I don't know. It was a long time ago. It's true that I was seeing 2 girls, yes.
So do you now remember that you were so nervous about what was going on, you went to see the doctor?
I don't recall that I was that nervous, no. So I don't recall that.
Do you recall being tested for gonorrhea and syphilis?
Nope.
This is his. That's not it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I was wrong about the time, and so I will not be letting you out at 3. But I have to let you out at 3:40 because I have other hearings. So that you can take to the bank, okay?
Showing you a page, lab results. Order date 12/4/14, collection date 12/4/14, results recorded 12/5/14.
What is the question?
Does that help refresh your recollection that you were tested, you requested a test for chlamydia and gonorrhea?
I'm assuming this is something my doctor set me up with. I've never specifically requested tests for any of that. Thankfully, they were not detected.
Oh, yeah. Now, after the imposition of discipline on you for talking to Johnson and Kalinowski, do you recall whether the chief imposed any discipline on you as a result of that?
I believe it was his recommendation for 5 days suspension.
Well, we've seen that when it came to then Patrolman Buchanan, the chief wrote and issued a 5-day suspension, right?
I believe Pat's was a 3-day.
Sorry, a 3-day suspension. So 3-day suspension, right?
That's correct.
And a demotion.
Sorry?
And a demotion.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
As to you, the chief never issued a written opinion, did he?
He recommended a 5-day suspension.
Have you ever seen a document in which the chief imposes a 5-day suspension?
I don't know that I did, actually. It's his purview. That's his job to do that.
Isn't it true that Mayor Martin is the one that held the hearing? He just held the hearing. There was never a grievance filed.
I don't believe that's accurate.
Have you seen it?
No, but I don't believe it's accurate. In order to get to the hearing, we have to grieve it to get to the hearing.
Have you ever seen such a grievance?
No.
You were told there was a meeting in the mayor's office, right?
Yes,
And Mayor Martin wanted to terminate you for what you've done.
that's correct.
And the chief said no. The chief recommended that he not terminate you.
I believe that's how it went, yes.
And then you went to arbitration.
Right.
And the arbitrator found that there was just cause to discipline you.
I believe so.
You just thought that the 5-day suspension was too much.
Extremely excessive, yes.
But he found that there was just cause to terminate you for breaching the rules of the department.
Absolutely not.
Sustain to the question. Please rephrase your question.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I spoke wrongly. So the arbitrator determined there was just cause to discipline.
I believe he did indicate something to that effect, yeah.
Okay. Now, there was some talk from your lawyer and Mr. Ryan about the chief's, the IA regarding the chief's call to the hospital, right?
Yes,
You brought it to him, correct?
absolutely, yes.
And you listened to her call?
I don't know if I listened to it. I believe I got the report from Justin Purrington. I don't think I ever heard a phone call.
You never listened to it?
I don't think so.
You haven't? I offered into evidence.
Have you shared it with counsel? Whoa, just a brief moment.
It won't play.
A little fast on the trigger. All right. Is there going to be an objection?
Is it, we're going to talk
It's the chief's IA.
right, from the flam to the.
Or Flam, the original call.
No,
Is this part of that same thumb drive?
Not yet.
I can put it on right now.
For the,
All right, let me see counsel at sidebar.
Okay, to be clear, what is this a recording of Ms. LaFlamme?
This is Ms. LaFlamme's call to Officer Soto,
Okay,
which resulted
gotcha.
in the chief calling
Okay.
the hospital.
All right, so these have to be separate exhibits.
Yes, sir,
So
we will do that.
they can't be one CD or one.
Two CDs.
Correct.
Okay.
It'll end up being 2 CDs.
All right, no objection? Okay, so,
Just identify it as her call.
well, I'm going to indicate what it will be in terms of the exhibit number, which will be number 20.
You know, it's referred to in exhibit, I forget which one.
I'm talking about the recording itself.
Yes, sir.
Just the main exhibit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear a recording that will be entered into evidence as exhibit number 20. The physical CD itself is not here, but exhibit 20 will be the recording you're about to hear.
Attorney Justin?
Soto, please. Soto, that's the person I wanted to talk to. Hi, this is Deborah Flynn calling. I'm not doing too good. I just got a call from DCF. Somebody called DCF on me, number one. My kids weren't with me. Number two, I wasn't drinking and driving. And number three, I just want to let you know that you and Officer McDowell are going to be sued for breaking and entering into my house, for arresting me when you had no right to. And number two, for calling DCF. Okay? You had no right to do that. You had no right to arrest me, and I wasn't drinking and driving. Okay?
Well,
I had drinks when I got to my house. Which is, the last time I checked, it's not illegal to drink in your own residence. Yes, I blew out my tire. I didn't know I hit a mailbox. Okay? I will pay retribution to that person, and I apologize to that person, whoever that person is. No, I'm not drunk right now. Why would you even say that?
because you seemed very decent at the end of when you made bail, and now you're calling me.
Because you know what? Because I'm angry. I'm angry because I just got a call from DCF saying I'm neglecting my kids when they weren't even with me. Why would you even do that? What kind of monster are you? And then you broke into my house, and then the police. No, shut up. Then the police report says, yeah, you can fucking shut up. That's what you can do. The police report says the police report. Okay? So you know what? Fuck you and fuck your police department. You are being sued, motherfucker. And don't ever ask me for any favors. I see you in the fucking ER. I will tell you to go fuck yourself. That's what I'm gonna say. Okay? Fuck you. I hate you. Fucking pig.
Have a good day.
Fuck you.
Have a good day.
Lieutenant Judge, you recall listening to this call?
I've never heard it till now.
So it was Officer Purington that told you about it?
Yeah,
And you were concerned that this one was a nurse at the hospital and could affect the healthcare of Greenfield Police Officer.
absolutely.
So you went to the chief and suggested to him that he do something about it.
I did. I asked him to do something about it, yes.
And the chief called the hospital and told him what had happened.
I don't know what he did, but I supported what the chief did during this event. I think he did what he was supposed to do during this event.
So you have no problem with what he did.
No, I'm glad he helped.
Did you listen to your lawyers attacking the chief for making this call?
I don't know anything about that.
You were here.
I don't know what the conversation was about it. It's not my issue.
Were you here listening to your lawyer ask the chief questions?
Sure, I did, yes.
Attacking the chief's
Yes.
action?
I don't remember the substance of it. It's not. It doesn't include me. This was an investigation done by people above me.
Nothing else at this time.
Okay, very good. Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Dodge, Mr. Keston asked you if you ever saw a document in which Chief Haig recommended a 5-day suspension. Could you please open to Exhibit 1, Tab 20, please? Found it if you could.
I don't have it.
Thank you. And that's Exhibit 1, Tab 20, sir.
Yes.
Page 4 of Tab 20.
Okay.
What's the last sentence on page 4 of Tab 20?
For the above issues and concerns, I'm recommending a full 5-day unpaid suspension. Respectfully, Chief Robert H. Haig, Jr.
Okay. And is this document in reference to you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you remember the questions at the beginning of your cross-examination about your deposition and specifically whether race was involved in your objection to the defendant's treatment of Officer Buchanan?
Yes.
Do you also recall some questions from Attorney Keston at that same deposition, specifically on the question of whether you thought race was involved?
Yes. I'm ruining pages in here.
I'm going to show you your deposition, sir.
Object.
What's the basis?
This was asked and answered on direct, exactly this topic.
It's within the scope of redirect. The objection's overruled.
I'm going to show you page 54 of your deposition, sir, and I'm going to direct you to line 15. I'm going to play the part of Attorney Keston and read you Attorney Keston's question. I want you to read the answer. Question: did you perceive that the decision not to promote Buchanan had anything to do with his race? Answer:
Absolutely.
Then I'm going to point you to the next page, 55, line 22. Attorney Keston asks, so you say you believe it was race-related. Turning to page 56, could you read your answer?
I do.
Attorney Keston's question. Now, what do you base that on? Question mark. So he said he was lazy? Is that what you base it on? Answer.
Well, what I said, I mean to say he doesn't fit the bill with no follow-up to that. And then to say he's lazy sounds kind of stereotypical to me.
And you continued, sir.
There was no other grounds. Pat Buchanan had the highest score. He had significantly more seniority than the next candidate and a higher level of education and zero disciplinary stuff in his file.
And you continued, sir.
There was no, if you put these names on a wall and you didn't know him, who would you pick? Pat Buchanan. He was exceptionally better off than the balance of the candidates.
Do you recall being questioned by Attorney Keston about the discretion of whether or not a union has discretion at all to represent or not represent, to defend or not defend an aggrieved officer?
Yes.
Did you believe you had discretion to either defend or not defend Officer Pat Buchanan when he decided to grieve his demotion and unpaid suspension in January of 2015?
With respect to this, absolutely yes.
What were your options, sir?
Well, first, it was he was a patrolman during the event in question for him, the aggrieved incident, I guess you'd say. He was a patrolman, so technically we wouldn't represent him. So he was now acting in a provisional sergeant capacity, so it was a coin toss.
And even if it was not even a question, let's say he was of the higher rank, do you believe that you were forced to represent him?
No individual is forced to represent anybody.
Okay. Did the union have the discretion to say, we are not going to represent him?
We did have that discretion.
Did you make an independent determination to defend and object on his behalf?
I did.
Why?
Take it. Because it was a fight that needed to be fought.
Why?
Because there was discriminatory acts taken upon Pat Buchanan.
Did you also believe that they were violating the civil service laws?
I believe by trying to circumvent it or find a loophole around it is, yes, in fact, illegal.
Where did the word loophole come from?
From the chief.
Do you remember Attorney Keston asking questions about moving forward your appeal and Officer McCarthy being your union representative?
That's correct.
Okay. And the topic of whether he also would be a whistleblower. Do you remember being asked about that?
I remember whistleblower conversation.
Okay. Was McCarthy ever retaliated against because of you representing you?
I don't know that he's ever had any disciplinary actions taken against him.
Have you this question, this topic? I'm just going to move to a couple more topics that Attorney Keston raised. This topic of the night shift targeting politicians. Did you ever observe anything to that effect?
No.
Have you ever seen any documents corroborating Attorney Keston's questions on that topic?
I've seen plenty of documents now relative to it, but nothing corroborating the fact that they were doing it.
Did Chief Haig bring that up when he discussed who should be promoted with you in October 2014?
No.
Did Chief Haig bring up with you in that same conversation all the accusations that we've heard through Attorney Keston by
Your Honor.
Officer Ting?
Your Honor.
No.
Yes.
What? Form.
Sustained as to the form of the question, it's redirect. Okay, it doesn't give you license to pose leading questions.
Other than the things that you've named that Chief Haig brought up, lazy, doesn't fit the bill, we need to find a loophole, were there any other reasons that Chief Haig gave in that meeting?
No.
Moving on to Officer Ting and the IA from 2012 that there were many questions on, IA 12-2-1A. You remember being asked those questions?
Oh, yeah.
And you remember the part where you were asked about whether the administration was racist at the time?
Yes.
And who was the chief then?
What was the year?
2012.
Joe Burge, I believe.
Okay. Do you remember, maybe it was 2011, Chief Magnan?
Magnan started, yeah, he started in September of 2011. He would only do it for 9 months. And then I believe Burge took over. It may have been Magnan.
Do you remember Officer Buchanan testifying that some of the prior chiefs had used the N-word?
Yes.
Was Chief Magnan one of those individuals?
That's who he named, yeah.
As a result of the accusations that Attorney Keston asked you about, was any discipline or finding with respect to Officer Ting ever found against you?
No.
Do you remember looking at the MCAD response by the city of Greenfield in response to Officer Ting's accusations?
Yes.
And had you ever seen that document before today?
No.
Did you have a chance to finally look at it after Attorney Keston asked you about it?
I did.
Did you see that the document was authored by the city of Greenfield itself?
I did.
And did you see that in the document the city of Greenfield stated and defended you as an excellent officer?
Yes,
And did you see in that same document that the city of Greenfield denied all the allegations against you by Officer Ting?
I did.
And again, this was 2012, right?
Yes,
4 years before the events of this case.
that's right.
And are you aware of how many police departments Officer Ting has worked for?
At least 3.
Overruled.
Are you aware of the circumstances by which he's left all 3?
Yes.
What would that be, sir?
Filed discrimination lawsuits against them.
Let's move to October 2014. Do you remember when Attorney Keston asked you about paragraph number 61 in your second amended complaint? I'll show you it to refresh your memory, but do you remember being asked about paragraph 61?
Yes.
Could you read that again so that we can all remember what it was?
In October 2014, the results of a civil service promotional examination for the Greenfield Sergeant's position were released, and Greenfield's Officer Patrick Buchanan received the top score on the exam.
Now, Attorney Keston didn't give you his client's answer to that allegation. Could you read the answer of the defendants to paragraph 61?
The defendants admit the allegations contained in this paragraph.
Thank you, sir. Do you remember Attorney Keston asking you if an assessment center was racist?
Yes.
Is it?
No, absolutely not.
In this case, did you believe there was racially motivated conduct
Yes.
involving the assessment center?
Yes.
Explain, please.
It wasn't needed. We had 2 names on a list that could have been appointed, 2 people who had significant seniority in the department, certainly had the capabilities of doing the job. They had already endured the horrible process that is the written examination. So at that point in time, yeah, we should have utilized the list that we had rather than putting them through an assessment center. That was a workaround.
And do you remember Attorney Keston asking you if an assessment center is legal?
Yes.
Would you think it would be legal or illegal, sir, to construct or conduct an assessment center for the purpose of finding a loophole around hiring a black officer who was number 1 on a pre-existing exam list?
It goes without saying. Absolutely illegal.
Is that one of the reasons you objected in this case?
Yes.
Could you open your binder, please? Book 1, tab 12. Do you see that tab, sir?
Yes.
And what is this, please, while we get it up on the screen?
5th step grievance hearing and decision.
Okay, and then remember being asked questions about the wording in this document?
Yes.
And actions attributed to you in this document. You remember being questioned about, I think it was number 5 at the bottom there, and how that was worded?
Yes.
Did you write this document?
No.
Did you have any control over what was put in this document?
No.
Whose signature's at the bottom of this document?
Mayor Martin.
Did he in any way allow you to edit or provide comments on this document?
No.
Thank you. You said that initially, moving on now to the discipline against you a couple months after Officer Buchanan's independent arbitration was overturned. You said that at first you didn't understand what the allegations were against you, right?
Right.
Could you open to book 1, tab 19? What is that, sir?
Internal investigation notice of charges or allegations.
Who is it from? Who's the author of that document?
Chief Haig.
And to whom is it addressed?
Me.
Okay, and does that provide the book allegations against you?
What do you mean?
Does it provide What's provided in there in that first paragraph? I mean, what information do you receive?
The policy violations that were allegedly violated.
Does it identify what acts you committed in violation of those policy violations?
No.
What, did you receive this document in person?
Yes.
So earlier when you testified that you were frustrated about not knowing exactly what you did to violate the policies, is this what you're talking about?
Yes.
At a certain point, were you called into a meeting where your actions alleged to have violated these policy regulations were finally explained to you?
Yes.
And was that later in time, sir?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to flip to tab 20 within that same document. And what is that, sir? Who's the author of tab 20?
Me.
Take a look at the very bottom, the very last page, the 5th page, sir.
Who's the author?
Who's the author of that document?
Chief Robert Haig.
And to whom is it addressed?
Mayor Martin.
Could you turn to page 3, sir? And could you read the first sentence of the first full paragraph on page 3, beginning with the words, on January 11th?
On January 11th, we met with Sergeant Dodge and his union rep, Sergeant McCarthy, along with their union attorney, Clancy. A series of questions were asked of Sergeant Dodge, and the interview was recorded. In brief, Sergeant Dodge acknowledged calling David Kalinowski and telling him Shane had warrants and that Shane's wife was calling the PD to have him arrested.
You may stop, sir. And so, does that refresh your memory as to when you finally were informed what the underlying events were as pertains to the accusations against you?
Yes.
And did you answer all the questions they had for you on January 11th?
I did.
And that's approximately 22 days after the December 19th letter?
Makes sense.
Now, do you recall seeing your medical records, the first medical records we entered the other day with Ms. Yolesh and Jan Peterson?
Yes.
And would you agree that was the same week of January 11th to the 16th?
Yes.
The additional records Mr. Keston put in, have you reviewed those?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any record in there that's in any way relevant to this case?
I object.
Overruled.
No, but he picked some good ones.
There's a dog bite, I think, from the 90s in there.
I broke my arm. I've had plenty of injuries.
Right. And was there any reason that you wanted to keep those records out, other than maybe just your privacy, perhaps?
That's would be it.
In the investigation into what the arbitrator ultimately determined was an unintentional slip of the tongue on your part, did you ever know the actual identity of that first caller until this trial?
I did know it before this trial,
Okay.
but I learned of it only long after serving the suspension and going through all the appeals processes.
All right, so not back. Did you know? What are we talking about? That was 2016. It's 2022 now. And when was it? Years later that you learned it, or?
It should be a year later, whenever our arbitration completed.
And when you first spoke to Mr. Kalinowski, did you then believe that first caller was Shane Johnson's wife?
I had no reason to disbelieve it. That's just what I was told.
Did you think that person was calling anonymously?
No.
Why did you speak up for Officer Buchanan in this case?
Because he was being discriminated against.
Nothing further.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're going to suspend for the day.
with the ongoing instruction not to discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves, nor to do any investigation or research or look at any media reports if there are any. I'll look forward to seeing you